Spin cycle. Alright. What is going on, everybody? BigPasta Gaming here. Guys, I'm having like one of the worst days of my life right now. I spent the entire morning pretty much on and off the toilet. And it's gonna sound a little graphic, but I've been having like a lot of diarrhea, like to the point where I'm just shitting out liquid. It's just like the last time I went on the toilet. So like the last time I went on the toilet, I pushed as you do, and it's just like all just liquid just drained out. Oh my god. It's so painful. Like the act of doing it itself isn't painful, but like it's the constipation before it, where your body's like gurgling and like your bladder just like it can't organize the stuff in your system. And it just moves around and it stings. It's like it feels like it's like it feels like your waist is like hidden in different crevices. Like it's in a crevice in like your crotch, or it's in a crevice like behind your stomach, or whatever, right? I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this. But anyway, I woke up at like 7 in the morning just to sheer pain in my stomach. And so I'm like, okay, here we go again, I gotta go, right? Because I've experienced this before, but not to this degree. Normally, it's like a one and done deal. Normally I'll go once. It'll be a half an hour on the toilet of me writhing in pain. So typically what happened today was, I go on the toilet, I'm dead tired, but I got like 3 hours of sleep. I'm on the toilet and I'm writhing in pain, and then it gets more and more painful as I'm sitting on the toilet trying to push this out. And then all of a sudden there's just this huge spike of pain. I swear to God, I'm like giving birth or something. It's so painful. And like it feels like somebody took a dagger, like a knife, and just shoved it right into my butthole. It's so bad. But like not the butthole area, like the inside of it or whatever, right? It's like somebody teleported a dagger into my like internal intestines. It's just like the worst. And so there's this giant spike of pain, right? And then it and then it gets out. I actually like managed to diarrhea or whatever, but I'm not it's not done yet. I'm still in pain. Like there's no relieving feeling or whatever, right? This is just round 1. So I stay on the toilet for another like 15. Try to get a little more out. It's not going to come out. I gotta wait like an hour before round 2 starts. It's like, holy crap. So I try to ignore the pain. I just lie back in bed. And of course lying down is just a bad position, right? So my stomach starts gurgling and I can feel the fluids like swishing inside me. It's the worst. and then I fall asleep for an hour, and then I wake up, and I have to go again. And so I go again. It's the same thing. Lots of pain, lots of my legs going numb, falling asleep on the toilet, lots of pushing, a huge spike of pain, and then I get a little bit out. And I'm still not relieved. So I'm like, screw this, whatever. So I go back in bed. I'm like, I'm so done with this, right? And so I fall asleep for another hour. And then I wake up. I'm still tired. Now it's time for round 3, right? Now it's worse. Now it's worse. Or whatever. And then this is the point where, like, round 3 is when it's just when it comes out, it's just all liquid. Oh my god, it's just all liquid. Right? It's like somebody like poured a can of soup, or like when you open like seafood cans or like whatever, and it's like the water that's preserving the meat. Like it felt like it was that water, just shooting out of my butt. It's so bad and so gross, and I'm in pain the whole time this is happening, but I'm just letting out all this water. It just keeps coming. Where am I storing all of this junk inside of me? I swear to God, I probably lost like 10 pounds from freaking, from how much crap I had. From how much I expelled from my body, so... So this whole time, right, I'm so tired, I'm so done with it, and after round 3, I'm still in pain. Nothing else is going to come out, but I'm still in pain. I can still feel there's a little bit inside me left. There's no way I'm getting it out this morning, so I go back to bed. And I lay back in bed, and it's still painful. Oh my god, it's so hard to deal with, but I hate it. I hate my life, and I'd rather be dead, like, the entire time I'm on that toilet. And the worst part is, I have to be on this toilet for like a half an hour at a time. My legs fall asleep because of the shape of the toilet bowl. My legs fall asleep. And so then when I get up off the toilet, all the blood starts rushing back into my feet, and my feet are asleep. And so both of my feet, touch the ground, and my whole body weight presses down on them, and they've fallen asleep and they're waking back up. You guys know the feeling of it's like tingly, but it's like stinging every single one of my nerves. And that happened all 3 times because I had to be on the toilet. This whole process, each round takes a half an hour of me sitting on the toilet. So I'm thinking, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to? I'm just supposed to wait, because your body is supposed to correct itself in these sort of situations. My body was just not correcting itself. It was taking a long time. I hated it. And so then I went back to sleep after round 3. And I'm over. It's like 10:30. I'm over it. I'm like, please God, just let me relax for once tonight. This morning, I guess. And I slept until 1:30, and I got up, and I'm not in that much pain anymore. I don't feel like I have to go. So I think my body's correcting itself, because normally when this happens, round 1 is the bad one. Round 2 flushes everything else out, and then whatever remains, I can sleep it off. I can sleep it. I can go to sleep, and then 8 hours later, it's going to turn into a normal poop, right? That's what I'm looking for. It's just not. But today it's just like 3 rounds of it, and I'm still like writhing in pain. It's just all liquid. So I spent the whole time on the bed, or not on the bed, on the toilet, trying to think back. Okay, what did I eat last night? that got me like this. It was my fruit smoothie. It was 100% my fruit smoothie because I had a little bit of soup. The soup was probably what was making me shit liquid, but it was the fruit smoothie because all I had yesterday, I had Wendy's, which cheese upset my stomach a little bit. I had the fruit smoothie, and then I had like a cup of soup and a Pop-Tart. So I'm like, okay, out of those four things, what could cause this much damage? It's the fruit smoothie. Like everything combined, whatever, right? The Wendy's probably didn't digest well, but that would be a normal poop, right? That would be me in pain for maybe like 5 minutes, if that. But normally just comes out in farts. It's like not that big of a deal, especially with how little cheese it was. The Pop-Tart was like nothing. And the soup, I mean the soup probably added to the liquidness or whatever. That's probably why I shit liquid. But it was the fruit smoothie that caused this. I have discovered that I'm like allergic to fruit puree. That's just if you take a bunch of fruit and you blend it together in a liquid, then and I drink it, then tomorrow my day is ruined. That's pretty much how it's gonna be. And this has happened multiple times. I got like it was like 4 years ago. I got a fruit smoothie concentrate in like a box. It was like one of those box cartons from Costco, and I had one of them. I spent like $15 on this thing, right? It's a 2-pack. And so I had one of them. I did it and mixed it with water or whatever I wanted, and I drank it. And then the next morning I was just on the toilet, but thank God that one didn't last for that long. I actually had food to expel from my body, but I remember that because the next morning I had to get up and get ready for work, and it was an important day at work. I had to be there early, and it was something that like they wouldn't be able to replace me, so I needed to be there. Otherwise, it was going to be a lot of problems, and I'm just sitting on the toilet. And I'm going to have to like travel in the company car too for a distance because we were going to another city. And I was on the toilet, and I'm like, if I can't get all of this out in the next like 10 minutes, then I'm gonna be shitting in the car, and this is not gonna be fun for anybody. So luckily I had gotten it all out that time, but it was just that was just like sheer luck that I had gotten it all out that time. That wasn't as bad as this. But the thing is, I've had other fruit smoothies from other like drink stores, and they've gotten, like at least half the time they like destroy my stomach, and then I have like the worst day of my life the next morning with this whole like toilet problem. So I bought this giant bag of fruit, right? $10, and I can't have any of it. And like I asked my mom about it. She was telling me about how like fruit it sort of acts as a laxative, right? If you have like an entire container of fruit, then you're probably going to be having the runs in the bathroom. So she was even telling me like how she had one like every morning she has a banana and it like helps her go or whatever, right? Just a little bit. And I'm thinking like that smoothie that I had yesterday was probably like 10 bananas worth of fruit, all like pureed. So yeah, if you guys have any like constipation problems, Fruit helps it. Definitely fruit, probably with your meal, is probably going to help you go a bit. But yeah, I just can't. I mean, I guess your mileage may vary depending on the person to person. But yeah, I'm just like, because I hardly ate anything yesterday. I had a cheeseburger, fries, and I had a cup of soup and a Pop Tart. That was all the food, quote unquote food, that I had. Soup's not really a food. It's the stuff in the soup. It wasn't that much, so it was mostly liquid. So I had mostly liquid yesterday. So that's why I didn't have anything to poop out, which is why, like, you don't have anything in your system, and then you take a laxative, and you're not going to have a good time. So anyway, I've just been suffering all morning, so that's why I was late to stream, guys. That's pretty much where I'm getting with the story. So, um, yeah, I actually did have a stream planned today. I was, and I don't know. You guys can tell me if this is a good idea or not. But I was gonna get on stream on my computer, and it was gonna be like a writing stream. So like I would take a story idea that I had, or I would take like a writing prompt from the internet, and I would try to write a story based off of it. One thing I've been wanting to do recently, or not recently, like pretty much for the past like 5 years, is write. I want to be able to actually write and finish writing a story and all that stuff. So because guys, I mean, I've talked about it before. I can barely finish writing a scene. If I write a scene for like my book, like one of my characters, it'll get halfway done. It'll take me an entire night. It'll get halfway done, right? So halfway done being like maybe 2 pages on a Word document, and then I'll by that point I'll be bored. I'll be like pacing around the room. I'll be like dancing to music. I'll be this and that or whatever, right? I'll lose focus. Because during the entire writing process, I lose focus. The instant that I run out of words to say, like I hit a writer's block, I'll just start like spinning in the chair. I'll start like pacing around the room. I'll start like petting the cat or rolling around on the floor. Any of this stuff. So I need to focus, but I can't. And I need to focus when I hit a wall. When I get to a part in the story where I don't know what comes next, or I don't know how to phrase something, or I don't know a synonym for a word, then I break focus, right? I'm not in my flow anymore. And it happens like once every couple paragraphs is when this happens or whatever. Which is why I bought, like a couple years ago, I bought myself a coloring book. I bought myself a color by numbers book just so that I could have something to do while I'm in the in between to writing. So it was going to be I'll write until I stop, and then I'll do a little bit of coloring book while I think of my next idea. And the thing is, it's a color by numbers, so it's like so as long as I know, like as long as I label each of my colored pencils with a number that I need, then that corresponds to each section, then I'll be able to do it, right? I don't have to think about, oh, what color looks good here, because that's too much. That's too much thinking, right? You guys already know, I can't even play a match of Fall Guys and tell a story at the same time, so there's no way I'm going to be able to think of these colors, but I'm pretty good at following directions, so if they say, oh, color number 4, then I'll see, oh, 4 is blue, and I'll get the blue pencil, or I'll get the pencil as marked 4 with my little tape, and then I'll color it in. And I'll color all the 4 sections. And during this, right, I'm following directions. It's a fidget. It becomes a fidget at that point. So that's what helps me focus. But and then eventually I'll overcome my roadblock or my writer's block, and then I'll be able to write or whatever. But I haven't set up the coloring book yet. It got delayed in shipping when I did order it, and by the time it actually arrived at my house, life circumstances hit me, and I wasn't gonna write again for a while. So yeah, I never actually used it. But I have the colored pencils for it and everything. But yeah, anyway, so my original idea was that I was going to do a writing stream. Basically just me showing my face in the webcam, and I'm screen sharing a Word document, and I'm typing a story. That's basically what the entire stream would be. So, like, but I would be like trying to come up with ideas. I'd be trying to commentate over it or whatever, right? Explaining my thoughts, sort of thing. So, coming up with a story is a lot quicker than actually writing the story, right? Writing the story takes a long time. Because you guys think, like, if you guys think of a story, right? Let's say it's a story, like, I had this idea last night, but boy meets girl, okay? They're at school, and the boy talks, likes a girl that is in his class, and his buddy next to him is like, man, like, the scene opens up, and the buddy's like, like, nudges him, and he's like, man, you should just go talk to her, it's free time in class, just go talk to her. And the guy's like, nah, right? And you could go scene by scene. You could go the guy being unsure of talking to her, and maybe like he stares at her for a long time, and she looks back and notices, and he gets all shy and stuff. You go to a scene like that, and then you go to the next scene where, and then it's the end of class, and you go to the next scene where they're out at lunch, and his buddy and his friend like leads him to the cafeteria, and they happen to sit like really close by to the girls or whatever, and the buddy like tries to say like very loudly, oh, I know you're very good at this or very good at that or whatever, right? Trying to make his friend sound impressive to the girl that he likes, right? So something like that, and then the girl could interject and be like, wow, you're into that stuff, huh? And then they could start talking, and then they could see each other in the hallways, and then they could talk about something else, and it could be this like, sort of fostering relationship, and then the main character tries to like move forward with the girl, and then and then she like comes out with this sob story about how she's like, I don't know, how she's wary of relationships or whatever for whatever reason, and so the guy tries to find out that reason. And he he goes around school, and then he asks her friends, and her friends will like confide in him. They'll be like, oh, her stepdad like beats her mom or something like that, right? And she doesn't want to get into a relationship just for that to happen. She's scarred or so. I don't know, whatever, right? You just make something up, and then the guy could find some creative way to like prove himself to the girl in the end, and like help her overcome that trauma and give him a chance and whatnot, right? That whole story, start to finish, right? And then the end scene is that they hold hands, and they're on a date, and and then he does the thing, and she's all happy for it, and then they kiss, and that's the end of the story, right? Whatever, right? I don't know, something super basic. Something super basic, but that still has like lead-ins and like a little character development, and then it has highs and lows to the story, right? That's something that I wanted to at least try to write, as long as and it's gonna be cringy. It's not gonna be a good piece of writing, but at least I could get the creative juices flowing, and I can try to understand how to structure a story, because it's with writing, nobody's born a natural writer. It's practice makes perfect, and practice makes perfect trying to word your ideas onto the paper. And so it doesn't matter what idea it is. You just need to practice with that skill. So I was figuring I could do that. But the thing is, that whole scene, right? I told in 5 minutes. It's going to take me like 4 hours to write all of that or whatever, right? From the dialogue to the characters to me not knowing what to say next, or me not knowing how to build onto the scene, or me not knowing how to like transition into the issues, or things like that, right? So there's going to be a lot of transitions from one scene to the next. There's going to be a lot of transitions from event to event. There's going to be a lot of missing pieces, right? Obviously, I didn't describe every single minute action that happened during that, right? I just did the summary. And, so it's filling in all those little gaps that I struggle with. How do I make this story go from a summary to a full-fledged story that you can read in a book, right? So, and I said 4 hours. The thing's probably going to take me 2 days to write. Like with with how basic, like with how many scenes there are. Like that was like what, 6 scenes, and I have to think up of a lot of I have to fill in the blanks. I haven't even filled in. I have no idea how I'd fill in the blanks. But so that was something that I thought would be interesting to stream. Or maybe not interesting, but it would benefit me if I streamed it. And I would try to keep it engaging enough for you guys, but it's not going to be a very engaging scene, or it's not going to be a very engaging process or whatever. There's not going to be any there's not going to be any gameplay for me to talk about, and there's not going to be any exciting moments or things that I see that I can rant about or anything like that. So with something like that, right? Because all the creativity is in my head, and I'm just translating it onto paper. And as much, I can communicate that, but it's going to be a lot of moments of silence and me just clacking away on the keyboard. But yeah. So I was thinking about that. I don't know. Let me know, you guys, if that'd be a good idea or not. Let me know. In the comments if that would be a good idea for me to do. I want to at least give it a try. It will be on my computer, so I will be webcamming my face. Obviously, there's the benefit of that, but yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea or if it's it would be boring, or if right now is the good time to do it or whatever, right? So that was my idea. That's what I wanted to try to do today. But obviously then my whole stomach situation occurred, and a whole bathroom situation, so I had to leave, or I had to I'm still recovering from that physically, so yeah. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so it probably won't occur today. In fact, what is today? What day of the week is it? I have no idea. I looked at the calendar, but I don't know, what. My headphone just got flung off. I don't know what. Okay, it's the 11th. National Coming Out Day? Why would Uber Eats send me something like this? Today and every day you have the right to move as you. Okay. What's going on? Oh. Anyway, let's play the game. I need something to do to keep my mind off of it. Or, not necessarily keep my mind off of it, it's not affecting me much anymore, but it's been a really rough, 6 hours for me, so, yeah. Forgive me if I was late to the stream, I didn't give any heads up or anything like that, so. Oh my god. But I hope the rest of you guys are having a good day. Hope you guys aren't in pain or anything. Some people, they're in pain, because as much as I complain about it, as much as, you know, I want to end my life or whatever when I'm on the toilet and just suffering from that. I know, I know that, I know that it's gonna go away. I know that it's going to, that the pain's gonna stop, and I'm not gonna be so, and you know, like, once it goes away, that I'm gonna be, you know, fine and dandy or whatever, right? I complain about it because it's different from the rest of my life, but but yeah, so like right now I'm like not feeling it anymore, the painful parts, so so like I'm pretty happy about that, but a lot of times like people will like some people have to go through pain like every single day, and I truly do feel bad about for those kind of people or whatever, because it sucks. It probably sucks to be in pain like every single day, and it's like I knew he would do that. I just had a feeling he would grab me right as I jumped, so. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, I did it. Ooh, Filthy Rich didn't get it. Ow, ow. But yeah, if any of you guys are like that, or you're in pain all the time, or whatever, then I truly am sorry. Like, as much as I complain about shitty things in my life, I can't imagine what it's like to be in pain constantly. So, just to have that always present or whatever. God, I even had the thought yesterday of I even had the thought yesterday of like, oh, ah, damn it. Go away, you fucking. Have to get this guy. Oh my god, this guy. God damn it. Got him. There he goes. This is such a mess. Yes! I got him! Fuck yeah. Wow, I'm the one who won that match. That was the last guy we need to grab onto, and I grabbed onto him. Thank goodness. It's 2:30. But yeah, I knew I knew, like, you know, if you're having problems on the toilet, you gotta eat something, right? Because you gotta put stuff in your body to kind of flush it out. But, what the heck? Can't tell with these shadows. But yeah, I knew I needed to eat something, but I was just not in the mood to eat. Like anything. Past 6 hours or so, I just wanted to go to bed. This guy up here is like glitching out. Nice. Damn it. Not get mad, so we got 63 points. They should have a mode in this game where it's like, it's just the final stage. But the final stage is like... Damn it. No, dang it. Yeah, they should have a mode where it's just the final stage, but it's 60 people playing the final stage. Like the ice breaking one. That'd be fun. Yeah, my teammate came out through for me. There we go. Nice. Hope my teammates are doing their job. Are you kidding? There we go. Yeah, we won by, oh, we won by 2. Nice. Guy scored a last minute. But yeah, now my stomach is gurgling, and I can't tell if it's my stomach hungry or if it's my bladder, like, wanting to expel more liquids. So, to be honest, guys, I just want to go back to sleep. Like, I just want to go back to sleep and just have this over with, and just avoid this or whatever. But I'm on stream for you guys. Da, 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 da. Is this the final round? Someone already jumped off? Oof. Da, 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 da. For real? Okay. Oh, it's just me and him. Dang, nobody's too good at this, huh? Yes, I got him! I grabbed onto him and it pushed him off and I survived. Winner! Heck yeah! Look at me. Peak performer. Yeah! I did it, guys. I won. I won the game. All I had to do was I just had to grab the guy. Yeah, wind spin cycle. Oh my gosh, I actually got that. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Gotta take a screenshot. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. They gave me a lot of experience for that. Wait, without the challenge, it would have only been 281 experience that they give me for winning. And I need 700 to get to the next level, really? I'd have to win like 3 times. Okay, I need to reach round 2 and play another team round in order to finish today's challenges. I did it, guys. Whoa. Play chicken pants. Yeah, I win. Whoopie-doo. It's cold. It's starting to get like really cold now. I was surprised because normally normally when I go to bed, I'll like I'll strip. I'll take off like all my clothes when I get under the covers. That way I get like the comfiness of the covers and the body pillow like right onto my skin, and it feels really nice. It's very cooling and whatnot. So last night I was in my full PJs, like the shirt and pants, and I got into bed and I just fell asleep, like without even like removing any of the clothes or whatever. So normally I'll get into bed with the clothes on and then I'll like take them off in the bed. I don't know if any of you guys do this or whatever. So I especially do it during, or like I used to do it like during the summer. But it's like, you know, you're a little chilly and so you have the PJs on, but then you get under the covers and then oh, it's too hot, so you take them off while under the covers or whatever, right? So that's normally what I do, but I guess it's the time of year where I can just sleep with them on comfortably. Oh yeah, the music stopped. What's up with the music stopping? Oh my god. Go. Oh dang it, I have to qualify for round 2. Get out of the way. Frickin' dang it. Where's the music? I hit like one of those bumpy things and the music stopped. So weird. There we go. You have to jump out at just the right time. Dang it. There we go. These guys just gave up. Kinda wish I had gotten the 2B costume. It's my favorite character. Actually, she's not my favorite character. I like her character design. So right now I'm eating cheese and salami on this bagel. So, and tomato sauce, which is another fruit. So I'm really hoping that none of this upsets my stomach. God, no one's like getting anybody. Come on. I'm just gonna have a wrestling match with this guy. Oh, whoops. Wow, really? We lost by 3? Well, that was getting to round 2 and a team round, so I should get the thing for that. Yep. You just have to play team rounds, you don't have to win them. And this it looks like. So there's an achievement to getting 5 wins in a row in this game. And of course, so I had 1 win, right? And so I would have need to win 4 more in a row, but then I just lost that last one. These squad trios. Hey, well, I can get the Spelunky pants anyway. For this character. I want that genie. That's the one I want. I've been seeing people with this bottom, the genie smoke. It's like, holy crap, like how much do you play of this? Getting to rank 50 takes a lot of games. Either that or it takes like logging in. Like you'd have to log in once a day and play like 4 or 5 games every single day. Ruff ruff. Yeah, I don't need these pants. These pants look obnoxious. Now the hero, yeah. Ah, googly space slug. Ah, that's cute. Ooh, spooky doodles. Nice. That changed nothing. So you can actually buy kudos. The purple coins. I don't know why. I don't know who would buy this. Like you can get 170,000 of them for 50 bucks. I don't know who's spending 50 bucks on the purple currency, especially when all the good costumes are you need crowns for them. Guys, I'm probably gonna stay on this game to stay on stream, but I'm like not. Like I'm not doing too well mentally. Like I still feel remnants from like me being sick this morning, so. The thing is about pain is like, especially pain like that, is like I know it's gonna end. I know it's gonna end eventually. But in the moment it sucks. I don't know why human beings have to experience pain. It's like, so a lot of the time the pain that we experience as humans is like there's nothing we can do about it. A lot of the time it's like, you know, pain in your insides. It's like, what was my body trying to tell me this morning with you know, having me feel pain? Was it trying to tell me don't drink fruit smoothies? Like, I had the fruit smoothie like 15 hours ago. How, you know. How was I supposed to? You know, if it hurt to drink the smoothie like right then that would make sense. But like, fruit is something you can find in the wild, right? Haha, every time. Successful. These guys, neither of these guys made the jump. Okay, good. My teammate actually made it in. Oof, this guy's ruining it for his team. These guys, they fail, and they're just like, oh, I'll just take forever on it or whatever. Especially like that guy that was up there. The people who went in before the leprechaun guy were getting like +9 or +8 points. And then when the leprechaun guy went in, he got +12 for his team. Yeah, grape and cherry. Grape. It's right here. Are you kidding me? I got pushed off. Wait, did my whole squad get pushed off? We're all dead. Yeah, we can't win. Let me out of here. Oh, you're gonna forfeit my rewards if I abandon the game. Look at that, they just push him off. The frick were the apples? Oh my god. Yeah, but top 8 qualify, so it didn't matter that we lost everybody. You know, there are like 6 people still alive. But the fact that they were alive means all their teammates get to come back, so that means 24 people got to go the next round. Wow, I can say the words I hate snakes. Oh my god. I just play Spelunky too. Hong Kong. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see, but you guys like I changed my profile picture last night. My little avatar in the top right. Now it's Yuna. Yuna? She's from Nier. She's, if you guys remember Nier Replicant, I was talking about how there were two there were two versions of the game. One version was the brother-sister one, where the main character is the brother and you have to find your sister. That was the one that released in Japan and the one that we played. And there's another version released in America on the Xbox called Nier Gestalt. And that one, well, instead of brother sister, it was father daughter. So you played this old guy who's the father, and his daughter. So when I got kidnapped, so that's her. This one's the daughter from the American release back in 2010. If you guys can't see the picture, as this whole thing doesn't make any sense. Just yeah. Sorry guys, I'm trying to like equalize myself. Just trying to like relax and figure this out. My stomach's gonna be like gurgling until like I get enough food in me to like form a real poop. And then I'm gonna do the poop. But yeah, there's like nothing I can play right now. I downloaded an MMO. It's called Neverwinter. What game can I even play? Installed. Here we go. Hand Time. Bloodborne. Call of Duty. Another Call of Duty. Fall of Light. It's a Gungeon. Fallen Legion. Flat Heroes. I can play Fallout Shelter. That is not a streamable game. Gravity Rush Remastered. I played that when I was alone for a week. I play Lonely Mountains Downhill. I play that one. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna play Lonely Mountains Downhill. That sounds... Lonely Mountain Downhill sounds... fantastic. Wonder if anyone's gonna watch. Last time I streamed Lonely Mountain was on Twitch. Someone came on to watch. Because I was the only person on Twitch streaming bike game. Oh, God. Oh my God, do you guys ever have those moments where like you just like where just like you just lose and you just stare off into space? It's very hard to keep myself from not doing that right now. Like I feel like I could just let go and just stare off for the next hour, not think of anything. You guys want to know what I'd do if I won the lottery? I would get, and this is gonna sound weird, I would get all of my teeth pulled and then just replace it with a bunch of implants. Just a bunch of like those like silicone fake teeth. I don't know if it's silicone. It's like some good material. But I'd replace it just with all fake teeth. Obviously fake teeth that look real, right? And I would just get a full mouth of fake teeth. Not dentures, but like actual real implants or whatever. Because I need a couple implants right now because my mouth looks ugly, or because my smile looks ugly, but I just... But I was thinking like, what if I just pull out all my teeth? Just get all implants. So then I could eat. And then I wouldn't have to brush my teeth. Because the fake teeth won't erode. Like you can't get cavities in fake teeth. I don't think. I have no idea. Anyway, it'd eliminate the need for me to brush my teeth. But the thing is, to get a full mouth implants would probably cost me like... like, the good ones would be about $100,000. So, obviously I don't have that kind of money. Obviously I'm never gonna have that kind of money, right? If I had $100,000, I would just go buy a house, right? Like, I could get a pretty, like, kicking house in like some small countryside town. Honestly, like some town that's like a couple hours drive from the capital of like Virginia. You guys know like West Virginia, like they sell like if you guys look on like Zillow, West Virginia and like some of those inland states, you can buy a house. You know these towns, they're like population of like 20,000 or something like that, right? Which is pretty low, right? So like 20,000 or less. Some of these places have like 2,000 people in it. Very nice small town, but the thing is, in these towns, a lot of people used to live there, and then they moved out, leaving behind their homes. And no one wants to move into these small towns anymore because everyone wants to live in the cities, in the popular places, you know. LA, New York, Seattle, Houston. You know, people want to go to the big cities for work, so all these small towns that have a small population, they don't, there are all these homes that need to get sold. And so all the homes are super cheap. I could find a house that's as big as mine, right? My house is like 4 bedroom, but it could have a second story that is just as tall, which means, you know, double the area of living, fully made of brick, right? A brick house is pretty nice, so brick houses keep cool. Brick gets very cold, but then I don't think brick retains a lot of heat during the summer. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But brick is very cool. This is very nice, sturdy brick house. You know, like a tornado could hit the house and it wouldn't get damaged. You know, that is going to be that kind of thing. House with a basement and a nice front yard and a good sized backyard and all that sort of stuff, right? Put a swimming pool in the backyard, all that good stuff. In a small town, like population 2,000, I can get something like giant like that for like $100,000. That's like a tenth of what you would get. Like if you went to the city and you put that same house, if you put that same house in like LA, it would probably be $2 million. But the fact that that nice house with all that land and stuff is in a small country town means it's super cheap. The thing is, like, with someone like me, right, I'm not like ambitious. I'm not gonna get like a career in the tech field. I'm not gonna, you know, become the CEO of a company, anything like that. So if I can just outright buy a house, like this is what my dream is, to just save up enough to buy a house like that. But if I could just buy a house for myself just outright, then what do I need to work for, right? I only need to make enough money to pay for food, a car, and the property tax on the house. And the property tax on these houses are dirt cheap. You're talking like $50 a month, or even less. I've seen houses that are like $100,000 in a small town. It's probably going to be like $30 a month. That's nothing. $30 a month to keep my house. That's pretty nice. So yeah, the whole like, oh, renting and buying houses from the bank is so corrupt or whatever, right? We're not getting out of the system. So this is like the best thing. It's like move to a small town, find a nice house that will hold up, and pay super cheap for it. And because you paid super cheap for it, you know, property tax is going to be really cheap too, right? If you own a house in California, $1 million house, right? Even if you outright bought the house entirely, they still charge you property tax. And property tax for a house in California is like $1,000 a month. $1,000. You have to pay the government $1,000 a month when you already bought the house. I already own this house. Why do I have to keep paying the government in order to keep it? Right? It's one of those the rich stay rich sort of things, right? Because it's like if I busted my balls in order to buy this house, I don't want to have to pay any more for it, right? I paid $1 million for this place already. Leave me alone. The government's like, nope. We're gonna charge you $1,000 a month. Sometimes even more than that. We're gonna charge you $1,000 a month for all the time that you own it, and if you don't pay property tax, if you don't pay this $1,000 a month, then we're gonna reclaim the house. So not only are the banks out here trying to reclaim the house when you miss a payment, but the government has put on this payment system to reclaim the house. You know, no one's able to do anything. No wonder people can't own homes anymore, right? But yeah, no, so anyway, property tax on a small countryside house is like $30 a month, like 30 to 50, right? Pretty nice. Even if I get something nice, even if I pay like like $250,000 for it, my monthly mortgage is like super cheap. It's like I'll have to pay like maybe $400 a month to buy the house or whatever if I can't pay it off in full. So it's like super nice, right? Like, $400 a month for the house, $200 a month for the car, $100 for utilities, and then $200 to feed myself, right? That's 2, 3, 5, 9, 10. That's $1,000 a month. But the thing is, I could probably, if I had low income, I could probably get the food stamps for the food. I could probably get, I don't know. I probably can't get food stamps, so I'm buying my own home. But still, $1,000 a month is pretty like easy to come across. Because I was making almost double that at my last job, so. Of course, mine was a good job, so I would still have to get into a profession that actually pays better, right? Like, if I own the house, I can work at the grocery store on the weekends for the rest of my life, right? But if I don't own the house, then I'm gonna have to pay all that or whatever. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's what I want. I've seen like some really nice houses in these areas that are like dirt cheap. And then I'll look like, cause okay, you have to consider like, oh, it's the area you live in. It's mostly a white neighborhood, low crime rates. They're like, within a couple miles, there are like stores and stuff. If you have like an emergency and you need to go to a hospital, like maybe the town won't have a hospital and you gotta drive halfway across the state in order to find a hospital. So that's kind of a minus there, but of course once you get to the hospital, you're screwed financially. But anyway, on a different note, you guys ever think about how like getting in a car crash is kind of like riding a roller coaster? What's that feeling? I was in a car crash. Thing is, the guy hit the side of my car, and so you're out of control, right? You can't move the car or whatever, but the car's still going, right? Like let's say you get in a car accident and like someone hits you and you go off the side of the road or something, right? You go down a ditch, or your car spins out of control like mine did, and it's like a roller coaster. You're holding on to, you guys imagine a roller coaster, right? You're strapped in and you're holding on to the bar in front of you. in a car, it's the same thing, except you're holding onto the steering wheel instead. You're holding onto the steering wheel. You're trying to maintain some sense of control, but there's not really anything you can do if you get in like a major spin-out car crash or whatever. When I was in the car crash, and of course the whole thing lasts like 10 seconds, right? But it's like the longest 10 seconds of your life because your life flashes before your eyes or whatever. So you get hit. So I got hit, and he hit me from the side. He hit like the right front corner of the car, and so of course he went off in a direction. He hit a telephone pole, but then my car spun counterclockwise on the street, and it spun into like a full circle. And during that whole time, I'm just holding onto the steering wheel, like I can't do anything, right? But yeah, my car goes in like a full circle or whatever, so it's crazy. And like you guys won't know what it's like to experience it, but it's like it's a full like roller coaster ride, but it's a roller coaster ride there's no guarantee that you're gonna get out safely, right? I mean, that car crash, like I almost got a couple people killed because of it, and it's like, it doesn't weigh down on me anymore, but it's still like these car crashes, you're not sure how they're gonna pan out or whatever, and oh my god, did I get lucky with that whole ordeal. So the car was freaking totaled, right? Or my car wasn't totaled, it was still drivable, but I don't know. It was a pretty bad experience. And the worst experience about it is that it was my mom's car that I got totaled. So I so I so there was that. And so I had to replace her car. She came home and she was fuming. Whatever, right? And the thing is, I got in the car crash on the way to the ice cream shop. We have a Italian ice place here. That's like it's like really smooth Italian ice. It's called Frostbites. I don't know. It's probably a local brand here, but Frostbites with a Y instead of an I. But yeah. Anyway, their shaved ice is like fantastic. It's not even like shaved ice like you guys would think. It's they make this like it's like the shaved ice is like very frothy and it's almost creamy in texture. It's so weird, but it's shaved ice. It's so weird how it comes out. They're doing something like scientific in there to make it come out like that. So it's not your typical shaved ice that you make at home or you get at the fair or anything like that. But anyway, that place it's super delicious, but it's really far away. So I had to take the car and I was taking somebody there. So it's just after I got my license. So worst part about it is that I never even got to eat my ice cream. I never even got to get the ice cream or whatever. So never got to eat the ice cream or the shaved ice or whatever you want to call it. I never got it. My friend never got it. And yeah, I had to file a police report about the incident. And I needed my car towed, and I need to replace my mom's car, and I needed to pay the other dude's insurance for the damage on his truck. And I needed to stress out about how my family would react, and I also needed to stress out about the fact that I almost got 2 people killed. Because my buddy was in the passenger seat where the truck hit the car. Of course, the guy who's involved was really good, and he swerved out of the way like just in time to avoid hitting the side door, and he hit the telephone pole in a way to where he wasn't damaged. But the dude was, I'm sure I told the story on the stream before, but the dude was really like, because the guy in the truck who hit us, he was like, it was totally my fault, and I was like freaking out. But so he had, I went up to him and I asked like, "Are you okay? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I can't believe this happened." Yada yada, right? And so he's like, calm down. Like he can tell, like you know, he's an older guy, and he was like, "Okay, calm down. This it's very shaking, but I'm fine. Everything's fine. Nobody got hurt. There's a procedure to this. Let's exchange license and information and all that." And so I was like, okay. And so he showed me his license, and I took a picture of it. And then I showed him my license, but I had just gotten my license. I had just passed my driving test 4 days prior, right? 4 days before this happened. And so they were going to mail me my real license. And so all I had in the meantime was a piece of paper from the DMV that was a temporary license. And so I pulled out the piece of paper and I showed it to him, and he's like, and the guy looks at me and he's like, "Man, you just got your license and you got in an accident already? God, that blows." And I kind of laughed, and he sort of chuckled, and I laughed it off. But yeah, it's like, holy fuck, like the worst. So let me tell you guys, driving in the city is so bad because you guys, I don't know if you guys know how to drive or not, but if you've gone out driving before or whatever, if you're not able to multitask and like focus on like 100 different things at once, then there's no way you can drive. And I don't know how most people like even get by with this sort of stuff, but the thing is, like, it's so straining, and to drive in the first place, there's so many little details you have to pay attention to. Where are all the drive-throughs? Where are they? Where are cars pulling out? What's the stoplight ahead say? Things like that. Am I able to go? Are the cars clear? Yada yada. There are people waiting behind me. You're pressured to go, even though it's not safe. Sometimes people are honking at you. Just there's a lot of these things, and the thing is, when you're driving, you have to keep going. You don't get a minute if you don't know what to do when you're driving. If you don't know if you can make that right turn, or if it's okay for you to go, or like if you should wait. If you don't know what to do in any given situation when you're driving, you don't get the time to sit there and figure it out. You don't get the time to sit there and relax and de-stress yourself and figure out, like, okay, in this situation, it looks like this is the logical thing to do, and blah, blah. No. You don't get that time. You get a split second to make a decision. And if you make the wrong decision, then you get in a car accident. And it's all these little micro decisions that you have to make all of the time. I was talking before about like boss battles, right? When I was playing Blasphemous, I was talking about boss battles, and these guys, these enemies, they're putting off certain attacks, and when you see an attack coming, you have to decide, like, okay, he's doing a spinning lightning attack, so I gotta run away a little bit and then jump over, right? That's my reaction to his action to the situation, right? I talk about that, and I screw that up, right? And obviously most people would screw that up, but the thing is, when you're driving, you're making a decision like that about once a minute. Once a minute, you're going to come to a situation. You're going to be in a situation where you get maybe 3 seconds to make a split-second decision. But the thing is, if you screw up, if you make the wrong choice, you don't just get hit by the boss and lose a little bit of health. Like in a video game, your car gets totaled. You almost kill somebody. That's what you get that's the consequence to making a bad decision. And it's so ridiculous because in video games, I need a lot of error room. I need to be able to make mistakes with no consequence in order to eventually learn how to get past it. And a successful attempt only comes once after 100 failures. With car driving, you're not allowed to fail. Because if you fail, someone's getting hurt. If you fail, you could send someone to the hospital, right? It's so insanely stressful. I do not understand how people do it. I don't think people do it. I think people are just on autopilot when they're driving, but it's so much. It's just too much. It's so much stress. It's so much information you have to take in. It's so overwhelming. And then you drive in the city. You drive in the city, and all of a sudden you have to like pay attention to everybody. You're on a busy street. There's 200 cars around you, and you have to compensate for all 200 of them. You have to think about all 200 of them. You have to think about the flow of traffic. You have to think about what you want to do, where you want to go. You know, am I going to get into the left lane so I can make a left turn? Am I going to stay in the middle because I want to go straight? You know, what street is this, right? You don't get time to think about, like, what street am I at? Or, where's the turn in to the store I want to go to? You don't get time to think about that because you're thinking about everything else. The reason I got in that car accident was because because I got lost because it was a new city I'd never been to. And so, because it's an ice cream place far away. And so like I was getting lost and I was getting turned around, and Google Maps wasn't helping me at all with this. And I ended up missing a turn, and I had to go through like a back alley, and then wrap around and then go out, and I had to make several left turns. And making left turns in a busy street is a nightmare. But that's when all your decisions come at once, right? You know, you have to look at both flows of traffic. You have to look at where cars could be coming up against. The reason I got in that accident was because I was making a left turn about like 200 feet away from 200 feet before a busy intersection. I was making a left turn on the street itself into a shopping center. And the thing is, I was sitting there waiting for the flow of traffic, and I was thinking like, when can I go, right? You have to, and there are people behind me, and so if it's a clear road, the people behind me are going to get pissed if I don't go when I'm supposed to, because that means they have to wait more. But the thing is, like, that's in the back of my mind. And then the forefront of my mind is, these cars are coming on the street, blocking my path. I have to wait for the flow of traffic to stop. And normally when there's an intersection, once that light turns, if there are cars coming towards you, once that light turns red, then there's no more cars, right? You would think. But then there's the people on the opposite side of the intersection who are making a right turn on red. And so one or two cars might come during then. And then there are cars on the other side of the intersection who are making a left turn on a green left arrow. And so that's what happened, is that there were people on the other side going right on red, and so they were blocking my path, and so I had to wait for them, and then I thought, okay, it's time to go. I couldn't see the other side of the intersection, which, by the way, is like far away, right? It's like I'm bird watching, right? It's to see this intersection, and and these guys, they're now turning they're turning left onto the street I'm trying to cross, but I couldn't see them because in the city, in the middle of the road, and I'm sure if you guys live in the city, you've seen similar things. In the middle of the road, there's patches of grass, and then there was a giant-ass tree. There's this giant tree in the middle of the road before blocking my vision between me and the actual intersection. So I couldn't see that people were turning left. I didn't even think about the fact that people were turning left, because I'm sitting there thinking, like, if every single green light on that intersection is going to block my path, when can I ever make this left turn? Right? I'm going to be sitting there for the next year, right? To waiting or whatever. And so this truck turns left. I don't see him until he's like halfway towards me, and then I have this decision to make. Do I go really fast? Do I, do I stop and wait? Because I'm already pulling out. So I'm already in the streets. I'm already in the street where the cars could come and I could be blocking them. And so my decision is, do I sit here? I'm already pulled out a little bit into the street. Do I sit here and wait while blocking traffic? Or is the truck far away enough to where I can put my foot on the gas pedal and just go and just make my turn before he approaches, right? This is the kind of thing you have to decide. This is the kind of decision you have to make when you make a left turn on a street. You're in the middle of the street and you have to make a left turn. So so of course, I have my logic side is saying, wait, it's not worth the risk. But then in the back of my head, I have not only the people behind me who are waiting, but I have my mom. I'm not with my mom, but the entire time that I was learning how to drive, my mom would yell at me for not being decisive and not being fast enough because I wouldn't commit to a turn when I was practicing driving. I wouldn't commit to a turn, and she would yell at me for it. She'd be like, "You need to just go. You need to just go," or whatever. And she would yell at me in the passenger seat while I'm driving. And I have that stress from her yelling at me lingering in the back of my head. Like, it's constantly there battering at me, even when she's not physically there. And so I don't know what to do. And so I'm torn between these two decisions. My mom telling me to just go, and my logical side my safe side telling me to just wait. And so what do? I stall. My mind just goes blank, right? It's too much. I have two sides of my brain yelling at me. I have 3 seconds to make this decision, and it's a life or death decision. And I have 3 seconds to make it, and I have two opposing opinions fighting each other. And I have all the stress that comes from both. I have all the stress that came from driving in the first place, and being a new driver and all. And my mind just stops. My mind just stops. I can't make a decision. And so I do neither. I don't stop, but I don't fully commit. And I just let the car roll out into the street. I think I had a mini panic attack even before the car crash happened, just because of all the stress piling up and all of the nagging in my mind and all of the pressure of making the right decision, the right judgment call. And I just freaked out and my mind just shut down. And because of that, I just rolled out into the street. I did neither decision. And because I did neither decision, I rolled out just far enough into the street to where the dude thought I was going to brake, but I wasn't stopping, and he hit me. And the thing is, he hit me, my car went spinning, my buddy in the passenger seat is like scared, like out of their mind, and I don't even register that anything's happened. In my mind, this doesn't exist. I'm just sitting there spacing out now. I'm just sitting there like, I'm not even I've dissociated from reality now. The entire car crash happens. I hear the screech. I hear the slam. I hear the metal chipping off of my car. I hear the telephone bulb pull, the wood of it being cracked as this guy slams into it. And I hear the glass break. And I hear my buddy scream in the passenger seat. And I hear all the honking around me. And then about like 30 seconds goes by after all this happens. And then I snap back into reality and I just scream. I snap back into reality and everything that's happened just hits me at once. And I swear, in that moment, like, I experienced like true insanity. It was so horrible. it's a feeling I wouldn't wish upon anybody. The realization of what's happened and what has occurred and the consequences of your actions, and knowing that it's all your fault, and knowing that the situation is so bad and you can't reverse time. You can't just reload your save like you can in a video game. You don't get to respawn after this death. The effects of what just happened are permanent. If that guy was dead, if that guy had hit that telephone pole in any other way and he died from the impact, my entire life is ruined. Because now I'm going to spend the rest of my life making up for somebody's death for a manslaughter. And just all of that just hits you at once. And it's just such it's an emotional experience, but it's such a traumatic thing. Like, I never want to go through it again. There's nothing worse than realizing that all this disaster that has happened around you is entirely your fault. And it's just, you guys will never understand the feeling. It's so painful. And it's so just sanity breaking. Anyway, so sometimes I do think about, you guys know that I like, or I don't know if you guys know this, but I enjoy emotional moments in video games and in shows and stuff. I like emotional moments because it's this culmination of emotions, and it's this lead up all the way to this emotional climax of somebody either feeling like a great sense of relief or the opposite, where they just break down and they cry and they scream and all this sort of stuff. In fact, my story idea, I created those emotional moments first and then built a story around it. That's how much I love these sort of things. And so sometimes, regarding this car accident, I'll think back to myself, and I'll think back to how I was in that accident and all the events leading up to it. And then just the moment when I realize what has happened, the moment where it all comes rushing to me and I just scream. That's I've experienced that emotional climax firsthand now. And I'll think back onto that, and I won't even look at me as myself. I'll look at me as I was this human, here's this human being who he's had his whole life just destroyed right in front of his eyes in one moment, and it all rushes to him, and it just destroys him mentally, right? And then the scream, the blood curdling scream, is the result of that. It's the expression of that. So yeah, I look back at it now, and I view that as an emotional climax. I view that as a very bad one, obviously, but yeah, that sort of thing. So yeah, anyway, that's sort of how that went. So. But yeah, it destroys you. It absolutely destroys you mentally, and yeah. I don't know. So I think back onto that every once in a while. It's the worst thing imaginable, but it's whatever. I got off pretty lucky. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was hurt in the process, and the thing is, I got billed for it, but the damage on the truck, because it was a nice truck, is a Toyota Tundra, but those are expensive trucks. These are like $25,000 trucks, so, and of course they had to replace like the entire left side of the thing because it just all got like smashed upon impact. But so anyway, I contacted a lawyer because they sent me a bill for like $15,000 to make up the damages. They said, "Oh, insurance isn't going to cover it. You got to pay the full price." So I contacted a lawyer, and he drafted me a letter that I sent to the company, and I managed to get it down to $5,000 that I had to pay out. Which, holy crap! Like, you talk about like losing your life savings. $15,000 would have done that to me, right? I didn't even have that much money on me. So you just go to the company and you're like, "Hey man, I don't have any money. I don't have any financial assets. So it's going to be a real struggle for you guys to get $15,000 out of me for this because I don't have any money to my name or whatever, right?" And they're like, "Okay, well, how much can you afford?" And I was like, "I can do 4,000." And they leave for a day and they come back and they're like, "Okay, how about 5?" I'm like, "Sure, whatever." Just give it to them. I don't care. I don't want this because these are the kind of people who are like, insurance companies are cruel. They'll repossess your house if you have a debt with them. They'll repossess your car if you have a debt with them, right? So, whatever. Money makes the world go around, right? So realistically, I didn't lose that much, relatively speaking. So. Why did I talk about this again? Oh yeah, driving sucks. It's my general consensus, and I do have a bias against it. But the thing is, like, my mind isn't like I'm not a multitasker, right? I can't talk and play video games at the same time. And even when I was driving, I couldn't. If someone's in the passenger seat, I can't talk to them. If they talk to me, I have to block out their words. I literally have to tell people in the passenger seat. I have to tell them, "Hey, I cannot have a conversation with you right now. I have to focus on driving." They'll be like, "Oh, okay, I guess." See, now, if you guys have been driving with somebody or out with somebody, normally you're able to talk with the driver like most of the time. Not with me. You're never gonna be able to have a conversation with me if I'm in the driver's seat. So, if I ever do go driving again, it's too many decisions. It's so much stress. The thing is, if I lived in the countryside, if I lived in a small town where there's like one busy street and that's about it, then yeah, I could go driving. And I just avoid rush hour. I can go driving, and the thing is, I'm actually fairly good at driving. I can control the car mechanically, and I'm sure with a couple practice laps, I would be able to pick up driving, even though it's been a few years. And I still have my license, so I'm legally allowed to. But right now, since I live in a pretty dense city, right? I mean, like I said, there's like 200 cars on every intersection. Every single intersection around here has like 200 cars. There's no way I can make any kind of decisions with it. I would have to plan out, in order to drive, I have to plan out my route in advance, and I have to plan out at what streets that I do the turns, and I would have to look at Google Maps, like the street view, and I would have to actually like navigate my route on the computer so I could visualize it before I actually get in my car and do it. Like, that's how much preparation I would need in order to make sure that things go smoothly. And then with all that in my mind, then I'm able to, then when I actually do get in the car, I'll be able to focus. That's already down. Now I'll be able to focus on the little things. Cars turning into me and going away from me, and what places I need to turn into, and to check for traffic, and to check for pedestrians, and this and that or whatever, right? I'll be able to actually focus on the important things when I do that. So, as long as I have my route planned. The thing is with this, it was a sort of a spur of the moment. I was like, hey, buddy, let's go get ice cream. And they're like, okay. And so we go over there. And the thing is, we drove around that city and we went to multiple different places. We went to a poke shop, just like I've told you guys about poke before. Poke. I don't know how to pronounce it, but they have an accent on the E. I don't know what that means. I'm not Latin, but poke. It's a bowl of rice and fish and sauce, basically. So we went to one of those places. It was a place that we just discovered while we were in the area. So we were like, okay, let's go here, and then we had to go and then we went there and we ate, and then we went to a store afterwards, which was on the same street, which I had to figure out because Google Maps doesn't really like divide things properly or whatever. And then I realized I had to go back. And whatever, so yeah, so since I had to focus on that, I had to put my brain power towards figuring out the routes, and I couldn't focus on the traffic around me. So even when I was having a smooth ride, it was like maybe there was a stoplight that turned green, and I didn't notice it for about a minute, and the guy behind me honks, or maybe it's somebody turning in and I have to slam on the brakes in order to like avoid them or whatever. So yeah, it's just I don't know. I feel like if there is a God, I feel like getting in this car accident, like literally, this was literally like the first time that I had been driving without my nagging mother in the passenger seat. I feel like the fact that I got in this accident is kind of God's message to me that I shouldn't be driving. I should just stay off the road, which is fine. I'll listen to God for now. I'm not gonna go on the road again. At least not in the city. I don't want to live in the city anyway. I want to live in the countryside, and I know that you kind of need a car in the countryside to get anywhere. Like all the sidewalks are damaged, and there's gonna be snow all over the place in the winter, and all this sort of stuff. So there's no way I can use my skateboard to get anywhere. But which I still will. I'll try to. Ideally, I would place myself close to like. Ideally, I would try to live close by to like the major street where there are shops or whatever. Because when I was visiting my buddy up in a different state, it was like the main street where everything was just like a 10-minute walk away. So if I had my skateboard, it would have been like a 2-minute skateboard ride away, basically. So from the house where they were at. So like that was cool. And I kind of like cities that are structured like that, where there's one main street of like where everything is, and then surrounding it is like all the houses, and then that's the town. So I like that sort of setup. So whereas in Southern California, if you want to go someplace that's a little obscure, it's going to be like 15 blocks away, which is a lot of distance on a skateboard. But so you take your car, right? It's a 15-minute drive, but it's a 15-minute drive in the bustling, busy city, right? Where there's always going to be 30 cars around you at any given time. So that's like, it's so stressful. And the thing is, because I think about this often when I'm out on my skateboard and I'm riding on my skateboard or whatever. Yeah, there's different things I have to pay attention to. I have to pay attention to if the cars are going to let the pedestrians go across the crosswalk without hitting me, which I did almost get hit yesterday by a truck doing that. But And then I have to look at drive-through or driveways, and the where you go out, where the cars go out of the parking lot and into the street, right? Those are the driveways that I mean. I have to look at those. I have to make sure no cars are coming up. If there's a wall blocking my vision, then I have to slow down and make sure no one's going to hit me when I cross over. Um, things like that. And I have to pay attention to like the little cracks and bumps that are on the sidewalk itself, due to poor city maintenance, just so that I don't lose balance on the skateboard. But that's about it, right? That's like two different things that I have to pay attention to. And when there's not a driveway, or when I don't see any cars that far in front of me, then I can focus solely on the sidewalk. And when the sidewalk's smooth and there aren't any cars in front of me, I just jam out to my music, right? It's such a relaxing experience, but the thing is, it's relaxing because there's not that much to pay attention to. If I need to stop and make a decision, I can physically stop. I can put the brakes on the skateboard, and I can stop, and I can literally like go off to the side, just rest on the grass. If I need to de-stress, if I need to calm down or whatever, then I can do that. If I'm ever in a situation where it's like super stressful, then I can give myself the time to calm down and make those decisions. Whereas when you're in a car, if you're in the middle of the street, you don't get that time. Even if you're in the middle of a panic attack, if you guys have a panic attack while driving, the process to get out of the road is you're in the middle of the street, you have to change lanes twice, and so, which means you have to look for cars in the next lane, make sure that the road is free. If it's not free, then you have to see like, okay, well, if I turn on my signal, will this guy let me through? And you have to look at the car next to you to see if they're slowing down, or to see if they aren't slowing down and if they're not going to let you through. And then you have to compensate for that. If they're not going to let you through, you have to wait for them to pass, and then there's a car behind them, and you have to wait to see if that guy lets you through. And if you're in the middle of a busy street, like if you're waiting at an intersection, you're having a panic attack, then you're going to be in the middle of like a large cluster of like 30 or 40 cars, all of whom are not going to let you through. And of course you don't get to stop. The instant that light goes green, you have to keep going. You have to keep driving and keep making all these decisions while you are having a panic attack. And let's say you manage to change lanes once, right? You got to change lanes again. And then after you've changed lanes twice, right, that whole decision making of like looking to the side, looking behind you, seeing if there are any cars in the lane, seeing if you can get over, if the cars are far enough back to where you can get over without them doing anything, seeing if the cars are speeding up so that you can't get past there or whatever, seeing if they're going to slow down and let you in. Right, because if they slow down versus staying their same speed, it's a difference of like 10 miles an hour. The human eye can't tell that. The human eye can't tell the difference between that. And so you have to sit there and like wait. And mind you, all of this like paying attention, all these little details that you got to go through, is in the middle of you holding down the gas pedal and steering to make sure you're in your lane and going about like 30 or 40 miles an hour. You're moving, you're still going in your car, you're still driving. You're not sitting there and waiting for somebody. You're moving your car forward, and you have to mechanically control the car itself while looking. You're maintaining a 40-mile-an-hour speed on a busy street while you're looking to your back and seeing the next lane over, and then making these micro decisions about whether you can move lanes or not. And then you do that, and then you have to do it again. You have to look to your side. You have to look at, are there cars coming in? Am I being blocked? Is God forbid everyone's making a right turn here, so you can't get in the lane over, and so you have to go another street down. And then once you get all the way to the right side, then you have to find a parking lot that you can enter. So you have to be not only are you looking for a parking lot where you can enter and park your car and continue having your panic attack, but you have to do all of that while while pushing down on the gas pedal and holding your steering wheel straight and maintaining a speed of 40 miles an hour, all while looking around the rest of your directions, making sure you're not hitting any pedestrians, making sure there aren't cars cutting in front of you, making sure there aren't cars in the lane next to you wanting to move over to your lane, then you have to slow down for them. You're doing all of that and looking for a parking lot, or and changing lanes, or and trying to even register the fact that you're having a panic attack in the first place, right? Imagine having a panic attack and being in the middle of the street in your car that's going 40 miles an hour that you're controlling, and you're having this panic attack, and you have to make all of those decisions while still maintaining speed, while still maintaining straightness of the car, and while still looking at all of your surroundings to make sure that you don't hit anybody while driving normally in the first place, right? You have a panic attack in the middle of the street in your car, and you have to make probably about 30 different decisions before you get into a parking lot and turn off your car and continue your panic attack. Now tell me, any of you who have had panic attacks before, are you able to make 30 different micro decisions while you're having your panic attack? Because for me, the answer is no. For me, my brain shuts down when I have a panic attack, and I can't function anymore, and I need to stop what I'm doing, right? Which is the strategy they teach you in therapy or in school or wherever you learn, anxiety management or whatever, right? You don't get to do that when you're driving a car. You do not get to have a panic attack when you're driving a car. If you're having a panic attack while you're driving a car, if you suffer from anxiety disorder or anything like that, you just don't get to. If you stop in the middle of the street and put on the brakes and just turn off your car and have a panic attack in the middle of the road, somebody's going to hit you from behind, and it's going to be your fault, and you're going to owe damages to the vehicle in the form of thousands of dollars. If you just stop in the middle, stopping your car in the middle of the street is illegal, and they'll give you a ticket for it. And it'll damage other cars. There'll be that one bozo who's coming up behind you and he doesn't see that the car's stopping. He's going to ram into you. He's going to ram into your car. Your car's not going to be able to stay in place, so it's going to swerve off into another lane and hit another car or whatever if you stop in the middle of the road. You just don't get that option, right? It's a hazard to not be going the same speed as everybody else on a busy street. So if you have a panic attack while you're in the middle of the street, you don't get any time to calm down. Even in that left turn situation that I was in, even though I was in a left turn lane and I technically had all the time in the world, right? Nobody's driving at full speed behind me. I still had cars waiting in the back, and if I took any longer than 2 minutes to make to turn, the cars behind me would have started honking. Loud beep, 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 of the honks from the cars behind me. Everybody's waiting on me. If I was having a panic attack during that situation, imagine what those honks would have done to my psyche, to my sanity. It would have been terrible. And the thing is, it would have made me panic more because I'm inconveniencing these people behind me. And I would have been worrying about that. Am I going to get in trouble for taking too long? I'm already, inconveniencing these people behind me. And then it's going to pressure me to go because these cars are honking at me. Obviously, they think that I should have been able to go already. So have I been making the wrong decisions? You think about all this, right? You have anxiety, you think about all this, right? These are the kinds of thoughts that go through your mind. And so, or something similar. And so it's terrible. It's absolutely horrible. And I can't. It's too much. It's too much. If you have anxiety disorder, I know there are people, I've heard of people with anxiety disorder who get panic attacks or whatever. They just don't drive. They just don't drive. They take the bus or they ride their bike or whatever, right? Or they get Ubered everywhere. Right? Because I would rather, if I had some place to go, I would rather Uber everywhere. If I had a job where I needed to drive to, I would probably Uber to and back. honestly. Or I would take the bus there, and then I would Uber back. Just because, like, I can't take it, right? I'm not gonna drive. Like in Southern California, I don't know how it is in other parts of the country, but in Southern California, we are famous for rush hour traffic. Anyone who has like a full-time job here, they have to drive. They have to get up. They have to. Let's say their job starts at 8. They have to leave the house at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they get in their car and they go on the freeway, and it's all busy because everyone else is doing it. They get on the freeway, and the traffic is stopped. Nobody's moving. You're talking about, like, you look at it from a helicopter, you're talking about tens of thousands of cars, and you're right smack dab in the middle of them, and everyone's stopped. And everyone starts going, you go 100 feet, you stop the car again. Everyone starts going, 100 feet, you stop the car again. Over and over and over again. You have to sit in this traffic for 2 hours. Literally, when my father went to work, he worked in, like, 2 cities over at a warehouse company. He his shift was like 8 to 5. And he would leave at 6 in the morning and he would get back at 7 at night because it took 2 hours of driving each direction every single day. So he was out of the house for 13 hours a day, even though his job was only an 8-hour job. Because he was stuck in rush hour traffic the entire time. And people do this for their entire lives. They drive 2 hours to work and then 2 hours back from work every single day. In the morning when they're tired, and at night when they're exhausted from working. They do this, and everybody on the highway is doing this. And it's absolute insanity. It's absolute insanity, and it's like... You know, they're not... Like, what kind of life is that? Like, what kind of life is that? And people will scoff at me for taking the bus. Like, oh, it takes so long to go on the bus. If I want to go, like, 2 cities over to, like, the Japanese supermarket, it's about, like, 45 minutes on the bus each way. I'm still spending less than half the time that you would going to work and back every day for the rest of your life, and yet it's normal to do it in your own car in rush hour traffic. It's normal to do that, but it's abnormal to do it on a bus, right? Apparently. It's insanity. And so, people live this way. And so I didn't get to see my father that much. Why? Because he was stuck in rush hour traffic. I would have loved to wake up and he's making breakfast, and and then I get home from school and then he comes home before dinner. I would have loved that. I missed my father, and and of course, what's he doing during all that time? He's stuck in rush hour traffic. He doesn't get to spend, these 4 hours with his kids because he's stuck in rush hour traffic. It's ridiculous. It's absolute insanity or whatever, right? And that's part of the reason why, like, if I get my degree at college, I'll be more likely to get an online job. If I have an online job, even if I have to work 8 hours a day, it's not going to be 8 hours a day of going to a job and being absent from my family. It's going to be 8 hours a day of me relaxing at home in my PJs, listening to music, being able to pay attention to my family and socialize with them while I'm working, and it's going to be no rush hour traffic. It's going to be no driving from place to place, which I already hate driving in busy areas, but, even if I was a pro at it, it's still a waste of time, right? And yet people by the millions do this for their entire lives. It's insanity. I don't understand. Why would you optionally do this? Oh, it's because it's the only jobs that they can get or whatever. Like, fix your life. Fix your life, right? Like, I don't know. And I can't speak to it because I'm in a fortunate situation right now, financially. But it's like, if you're in a position where you can't afford to live unless you waste your entire life doing something you hate, then first of all, there's no point to it anymore. And second of all, you know, something needs to change. You need to change something. Move to a different city. Get in a different profession, right? Live in the back of your van in the parking lot of your job and then go home on the weekends, right? Like, that's something I would do. I've been getting to, like, van life, like van dwelling and stuff. It goes by different names, but basically, you take a big old, like, you take like a U-Haul box truck, or you take like a Mercedes Sprinter van, whatever, right? Like one of those work vans that like you see people like they can stand up in, and they'll have like their racks of tools and stuff, right? It's the kind of thing that like a mechanic would have, or like a plumber who goes from house to house. He'll have this kind of truck to have all of his tools in. You get something like that, and you rip out everything from the back, and you put up insulation and wooden walls, and you cut out a fan in the roof so you get some airflow, and you put a mattress and a couple solar panels for electricity, and a little table and a little stove with a mini fridge. There you go. There you go. Now I have a place to charge my phone, and you get a little hotspot box from your phone company to get unlimited internet or whatever, right? That's like a hotspot internet or whatever, right? I've seen some of these setups where it'll be like a normal looking, like high top Sprinter van, and you look inside, a full bed, a hose for a shower, a portable toilet, a table to eat, a stovetop to cook, like one of those propane stoves, a fan on the ceiling, solar panels for the electricity system, and they'll also have a flat screen TV and a PlayStation hooked up to the TV. And they'll have that, and they'll take a picture of them in the middle of the night, and they'll be sitting on their bed with their LED lights on the sides, flashing, showing different colors, and he'll have his PlayStation controller, and he'll be playing a multiplayer, he'll be playing Rocket League in the back of his car. And it's like, and then he gets a full night's sleep because he actually gets a full mattress in there and stuff. And he has his dog living in there too, and they go on adventures. Like, holy crud! Like, what a great setup or whatever, right? It's such a great setup, and so that's what I want to do. Like, and I always imagine like if I was working, then I would if I was working at a place where I had to travel a whole bunch, I would just stop paying for the house, and I would just live in a van like that and just sit at the company itself. Like, I would just park in the parking lot, and just like every day after work, I would just get in the back of my Sprinter van and just live like I'm home, right? I'm home already, right? And where's my home? It's in the parking lot. And especially like during my lunch breaks, I get to go back and I get to play an hour of video games, or I get to eat lunch by myself or whatever, right? Because I have my whole freaking house on wheels right there in the parking lot of my job. And the thing is, on the weekends when I get the days off, I'll go travel somewhere, right? That's cool or whatever. That's always been my dream. I've always wanted to have something like that. Not much of a dream anymore because I can't drive. And controlling a car, like driving around with a car like that, especially in the middle of a city, it's very challenging or whatever, right? So, but I mean, like I could go for it again, and especially like if I do plan out the routes, like I was describing earlier, of like where I want to go, then I could do it, right? But for the most part, it's gonna be sitting in the parking lot, and then just driving around town, the town that I would be familiar with. So, preferably late at night when nobody's out, or early in the morning where nobody's out, right? Because car accidents don't happen at like 5 in the morning, right? Why don't they happen at 5 in the morning? Because there's not that many people. There's not that many people, but it's still like you still have a little bit of daylight or whatever. So that's like my ideal situation is like if I have to work a full-time job, then I'm gonna deck out the back of a Sprinter van and I'm gonna live in it. And the thing is, like, even though insurance is gonna be more, it's gonna cost me more. I won't have to pay rent on an apartment or a house or anything like that. And so all the money that I would be spending towards rent can be spent towards paying off the car and putting insurance on it. Because insurance on something like that is going to be like $400 a month. It's pretty pricey. But because they're insuring, the all the stuff, the electrical equipment and all the valuables inside of it, the TV and the PlayStation, all that stuff, that they're insuring all of that. So that if I do get in a car accident, then the company will replace all that stuff, right? So, and I don't, at this point, I don't want to take my chances with not having insurance, because but yeah, so that's kind of like my little slice of life dream. If I'm forced into that lifestyle, I have a way to live through it, right? But I haven't thought about van dwelling in so long. I know how to deck out a van. I could buy a Sprinter van right now, and then obviously not with the money I have, but I could probably buy a used one actually for the money I have, and then I would be able to buy all the materials to deck it out so that I could live in it. The only thing I would actually have to do is go to the local gym, every other night to take a shower. That's pretty much the only inconvenience, is that I'd have to shower at the gym. There are some builds of these vans where they'll put a shower in the van itself. They'll have like a bathroom shower combo, and it'll be like this little thing, this little place where you stand up, and there'll be a drain at the bottom that they cut out, and it'll drain the water, and it'll just drain the water like out of the van or whatever, right? You don't get to sit there and take 20-minute hot water shower, like you like, but it's like I like, but it gets the job done, right? And you don't have to go anywhere for it, right? So it's harder lifestyle for me because I'm taller, so it's hard. Like it's a good lifestyle for like smaller people, like people below 6 feet in height. Are able to, like, you can put the bed sideways and sleep on that very comfortably, and you can actually stand up without having to buy all these upgrades and all this sort of stuff, right? So it's harder for me because I'm taller, and because I have bathroom problems quite often. I need to use a toilet, so I need like a composting toilet. Like if I had that freaking like water diarrhea that I had this morning, but living in a van, it would have been pure hell, because I'm already cramped. I'm already in this like little box of a thing, and I have to sit here now and make my and have all these problems in a composting toilet that I'm gonna have to because I know once I'm done with all of this, it's gonna stink, and I'm gonna need to get rid of it, right? And diarrhea is very unnatural too, so it doesn't necessarily compost well. Because you guys think about like how cows make fertilizer, right? They just poop in the grass, and then the poop decomposes or whatever. That's the natural way of doing things. I mean, like people can do this too, but so that's what a composting toilet is. It's just a bunch of like wood chips and soil, and then you poop in it or you pee in it or whatever, and then you just mix it around, and it turns your poop into fertilizer, into like soil. It turns the dirt into soil because the dirt absorbs all the nutrients from your poop, right? That's how a composting toilet works, which means that as long as you replace it every once in a while, or as long as you replace like the waste inside of it every once in a while, you can bring the toilet wherever you want, right? Like my plan one day is to get one of these toilets in my room, and then if it really does stink, I'll put like a exhaust valve up to my window, right? Something like that. I want the toilet, and I want the portable toilet, and not like a porta potty, but like just the toilet, right? I want that in my room, and I want one of those sinks, right? There, in some schools now they'll have, because of COVID, they'll have like the sink outside or something like that. I don't know what has to do with COVID, but that's what I hear the reasoning for. But like they'll have those sinks where it's like the foot pump. You just press on the foot pump and it pumps out the water. So and then it takes the water from a clean tank and it sends the water down the drain into a dirty tank, and then you just replace that every once in a while, right? You just dump it outside or whatever, and then so the toilet and the sink and then an air conditioner unit attached to my window. So that that would all make like I could do that, and then I could basically just live in my room, right? I could do that, and I could live in my room. I wouldn't have to get up to go to the bathroom. I wouldn't have to, do this or that or whatever, right? Like, if I did have like that composting toilet would have been fantastic in my room because I wouldn't have to go to the bathroom and use up the bathroom for an hour at a time, right? Because so it would have been perfect for today. Of course, I would have had to clean it out later, and right now I'm really not feeling that, but it would have been good, right? It would have been a good solution or whatever. Especially if I get like a girlfriend or something, and we live together, and I'm still living here in this room. My room's big enough to house two people, and to have the toilet, sink, air conditioner, and I could keep it smelling pretty good. So I could have a second person, my two cats living in here with the cat box and the food and stuff, and I could keep it cool with the air conditioner, and I could keep it smell free with like exhaust pipes and stuff. So I could still have my TV and my computer set up, so I could do all that. So this is really like I can make the most of my space. In fact, a lot of apartments in like really big Asian cities are like about as big as my bedroom is. So there's a lot of like quote unquote one bedroom apartments that are as big as my bedroom, including the bathroom. Right? They'll have the bathroom in like a corner, and they'll have the little kitchen in the other corner, and they'll have a window, and then the rest of it is it's your bed, your clothes hung up, and maybe a TV if you have space for that, and that's about it. So my room is definitely a lot. It's definitely like livable, has like a place to exist or whatever, right? So yeah, I'm probably gonna end up doing all of that in the next few years. So air conditioner unit for next summer is a must. I'll probably buy it in like I'll have to remember, but I'll have to buy it in like March when they're actually available. And then I'll have to set that up, but that'll be a project. Yeah, besides that, I've been talking for a while. I need to eat my food. I've taken like 3 bites of this bagel. Like, I've been hungry, but I haven't really been up to eat because it's my whole bladder thing, which is still like going on. I'm still like, I don't need to rush to the bathroom anytime soon, but I can still feel it all gurgling inside there. I hate it. I mean, it's just uncomfortable. It's not too big of a deal, I guess. If I had to work, if I had a job right now, there's no way I would have gone to work today with how screwed up my bladder has been. I just gotta put that on the list of things to avoid. No more fruit smoothies ever for me. If I ever crave a fruit smoothie, I can have like a little shot glass worth of it. The thing is, I drank like 12 ounces of the fruit smoothie yesterday, and so that's why my stomach's all messed up. I need to drink like 1 ounce of it, and then I need to have like 3 square meals with it, so. I had soup yesterday. I had soup and a laxative. That's what I had yesterday, so, essentially. I'm gonna have to do something for dinner. I'm gonna have to make like a big dinner for myself. Maybe I'll make mac and cheese. I don't have any meat to go with the mac and cheese though. Ugh. I have a pound of salami. I guess I'll just do that. I hate salami. I bought, let me take a bite first. I think I mentioned this on stream, but I bought a pound of salami from the grocery store because I thought like, oh, price per pound is pretty good. And I wanted to try salami instead of pepperoni. I wanted to mix it up a little bit. I can't take the salami. It's so like, it doesn't fit with the whole bagel, with the pizza bagel thing that I've been doing. Like the flavor's too strong and the meat is too chewy. But you know, I don't. You know, I'm stuck with all the salami. I have like, it was like it's 3 times the amount of salami, as like pepperoni that I would normally buy. So, I think it was only 2 times the price. So I thought like, oh, I'm gonna get a deal on this. I don't want this anymore. I don't want salami anymore. But I gotta put it on my bagels now because I gotta use it up. But the thing is, they give you like 60 slices of salami in it. Every bagel that I make, I use 4. Something, oh my god. So for like the next 2 weeks, I'm gonna be eating salami bagels. Just because, oh, I was so quirky, I got salami instead of pepperoni or whatever, so I'm not... And I don't want, like, it was like $6 for this package of salami. I don't want it to go to waste. And it expires in December, so, like, I don't have that much time to eat it. I mean, I could just buy more pepperoni and then just, like, alternate between the two. I could have, like, one pepperoni bagel and one pepperoni bagel half, and then one salami bagel half, or whatever, and just do that for the next month. Sounds like such a pain. I don't know how good the salami is for my stomach either. Yeah, anyway, so moral of the story is driving sucks. Driving sucks, and it's too stressful. If you have any kind of anxiety or any kind of like, you know, like you can't make decisions on the fly. Like if you panic when you're pressured into making a decision, then driving is not for you. Because the entire action of driving out in the city is making all of these little decisions like every 5 seconds. It's so bad. And yeah, you know, drive for 5 or 10 years and you'll get used to it eventually and you won't, and it'll be second nature to you. But honestly, for the amount of, for, you know, all the time that it takes you to get that good at it, you're going to be suffering like the whole time, so. I'm going to have to get off my butt and actually figure out how to drive again, but I'm not in the financial position to even afford any of that anyway, so. I can't even like, I won't spend more than $3 at a fast food place because it's too expensive, you know, so don't even, you can't even compare that to like, you know, buying a car, which is like a couple $1,000, and then paying for insurance and gas, which is like $300. Not to mention that they, you know, since I got in a car accident, I'm going to be paying more money for insurance than the average American because I have statistically gotten in more accidents than the average American. Because the average person in America has gotten in 0 car accidents, and I've gotten in 1. So statistically, I'm more of a hazard, and they're going to charge me more for insurance every month. So I'm probably going to have to pay, even if I just drive around my town, it's probably going to be at least like $300 to pay for insurance and gas per month, right? $300, that's $10 a day. And that's assuming I already own the car. $10 a day. I'd rather just use my skateboard and go get fast food with that $10 a day. I won't even let myself spend $10 a day on feeding myself. And now here's this car that I'm only going to use to go feed myself. I'm only going to use it to go to the grocery store and to go, fast food and whatnot. What a waste of money. You guys think about, like, if you guys were given a $10 bill every single day, what would you do with it, right? And people will probably be able to think of creative solutions, right? The creative things. Oh, I'd get the upgrade combo meal at the fast food place, or oh, I'd treat myself to a steak dinner every other night, or oh, I'd save it all up, and at the end of the week I'd go to a fancy restaurant, things like that, right? But how do you get $10 a day? Easy. Don't have a car. Don't have a car and just take the bus. Take the bus, Uber when you need to. And for people like me who are able-bodied, use a bike or an electric skateboard. Get an electric bike. Electric bikes are so comfy. Or like a scooter. Or even even one of those electric wheelchairs. Even one of those electric wheelchairs. I'll see people out in the town going in their electric wheelchairs. They're going like 7 miles an hour, whatever, right? But they're still able to do it. Put an umbrella over that thing, nice and shady. A couple of fans attached to the armrests that go towards your face. Very nice. Then you can go anywhere you want, right? It's going to take you a lot longer. But you're going to be safe, and you don't have to drive. And, I mean, if you're in a wheelchair anyway, you can't drive, right? Because, you don't have full function of your legs in the first place. But, so yeah, I mean, just, there's alternatives, is my point. And even if there aren't alternatives, it's not the end of the world if you can't drive. I always see people who are like, who are like a little disabled or something, and they'll always talk about like, oh, I want to be normal, I want to have a normal life, things like that. It's like it looks so weird to me because I don't have a normal life. Like, yeah, if they're in pain, yeah, that sucks, and I hope they should want to not be in pain or whatever, right? But if they're like just disabled, like if they're not able to do something like driving, or if they're not able to leave the house, or whatever, right? There's plenty of things to do at home, especially in this day and age. Because there are people out there who are able-bodied, like me, who live their entire lives at home. They'll have other friends online. They'll play their video games online. They'll play video games in general, or they'll browse the internet or whatever, right? And they can go on forums and socialize with people and stuff, right? It's like, what is really, you can even do like TikTok dances in your room, right? If you really want to, if you want that level of normalcy. It's like, why does it matter that you have the ability to leave your house? I don't care about the ability to leave my house. It's convenient, but it's not necessary. Especially if I had a disability where I couldn't leave the house. You get on the government benefits or whatever, and they'll pay you every month. You get your groceries delivered to you, you cook for yourself, or you have someone else cook for you, or you have a caretaker, whatever. And it's like, you can work around it. You can work around it. Yeah, sure, you're inconveniencing other people, but who cares, right? You're not inconveniencing them for free. Like, you're giving something back to them. Even if you are inconveniencing them for free, whatever. Hopefully it's in a situation where you can leave soon, but like, or where you can like gain a little self-sustainability or whatever, right? So, I mean, there are good and bad sides to everything. There's a dark side to everything, but I'm talking about in general, right? If you guys are like a functioning adult or an adult who's like alive and who's not in just like sheer pain every day, then I mean, you're able to enjoy your life from your bedroom, right? It's like not, especially if you find like a partner to be with who has the same mindset. Like, I'd love to be with somebody who's just like in their room all day, right? That's like the kind of girl that I've always been going for in the first place. But because that's the kind of life I want to live. And yeah, sure, it sucks that we don't get to go out and whatnot, right? Because it's something I do enjoy, and I want a partner for. But the thing is, it's a very small price to pay, right? The rest of life is just super enjoyable, and it's like that's all you really need. You don't need anything else. There is nothing else. Why do I need to go outside to socialize? Why do I need to why do I need to go to events in order to feel normal or in order to have a good time? Why do I need a job to feel normal? Things like that, right? I don't know. And then some people will complain about not being normal or whatever, and I do look at that. And there's this like Twitch streamer that like their highlight clips are posted on YouTube pretty often, so I just watch those. They're like 3-minute videos or whatever. And in this one, she's one of those VTubers, but she's one of those VTubers, but apparently she has like some medical condition where she can get infections really easily. And so, like, if she leaves the house, then she's going to be exposed to all the germs and she's going to get an infection and die. So, and like everyone who's living with her has to like sterilize themselves before coming into the house. Because otherwise, she's going to get germs on her and she's going to get infection and die or whatever. So she's stuck in her room all day basically. And she was like acting really sad that like she doesn't. I say act. I say it in such a cruel way, but it was a little more emotional than that. But she acts like, she goes off and she portrays this feeling of like she wished her whole life that she could be normal. She wished her whole life that she could be normal, and so. And it's like, and then of course on the she like sniffles about it or a little bit or whatever. I don't know. She cries, but she tries to hide. Whatever, right? I don't care. But I look at that and I see like why is she feeling so emotional? Why does she have this whole need of feeling normal, of normalcy or whatever, right? She's a VTuber. She's a Twitch streamer. She gets all these people talking to her in chat, and she gets to play games and collaborate with like all these other people. Like she's a pretty popular streamer, so she gets all of this, and yes, she still has a sense of wanting to be normal, and so it's like and obviously the Twitch stream is a not a coping mechanism, but it's like a substitute for the normal life that she wants or whatever, but. The thing is, and so I look at that and I see like, why is she so beat up and emotional about not being able to be normal, right? Yeah, she has to put on medicine every day. Yeah, yeah, people have to go out of their way for her, but and she can never leave the house. But why does all that matter? And so it had me thinking. I think that, and this is just an assumption, and obviously it's different for everybody. But as a kid, you grow up as a kid, and like I've said in other streams, kids don't know anything. They don't have that much experience in life, so they don't know anything. They don't know how to adapt to situations, this or that or whatever, right? Kids only take in their environment and what goes on around them, and that's their normal. For somebody who's born, or for a kid who's born with like a medical condition, they see, and this is all just an assumption. I'm just purely speculating. Obviously, I would know nothing about this, but my guess is that a kid who grows up with a medical condition obviously isn't able to do that much stuff, and so they look around them. They look around them at schools and at their classmates and at like activities that can be done, right? They see kids their age playing sports. They see kids their age doing things like ballet or choir or whatever, right? And being able to go to church and being able to go to school and like socialize in the classroom and stuff. So they see kids their age doing all this stuff, but then this kid with a medical condition is basically told that no, you're not allowed to do that stuff. You have a condition, you have a disability or whatever, and it prevents you from doing that stuff. You can never play soccer with your friends. You can never be in class and socialize with other people. You can never, with your classmates. You can never, you can never do activities where, You can never be at school where you get to raise your hand and answer a question that you know and the teacher congratulates you and all that sort of stuff, right? You can never do any of this stuff. And the thing is, when the kid craves that. Normal kids crave social interaction, and they crave, being able to talk to people and being able to participate in activities that their friends are doing because they want to feel included. It's, human beings are very social creatures. And since we're social creatures, we want to socialize, we want to make friends, and we want to share in the activities that our friends are doing, share in the things that other people are doing. This is a natural instinctual thing that we want. Every human being is born with us. And so it's very odd that a human being would not be born with us. And so, but the thing is, over time, and obviously with different people, this develops, this instinctual desire develops differently. But with people with medical conditions, they aren't able to be normal, quote unquote. They're not able to socialize and be part of the group and be included and share those experiences with other kids and other people their age. And so because of that, because they're not able to join in and whatnot, their ability to do that when everybody, the fact that they can't do that when everybody else can, their ability to do that has been taken away from them at birth. Their ability to do that has been taken away from them. They didn't ask for this. They didn't ask to be disabled. They didn't ask to have a medical condition. They just wanted to be normal. They wanted to socialize just like how everybody else is socializing, right? And so they spend their whole childhood and a lot of their adult life as well wanting to be normal, quote unquote normal, because normal to them is being able to have a social life and being able to make friends and enjoy these activities with other people, whether it's going to school or playing sports or having sleepovers or anything like that. These people are able to, everyone else is able to enjoy these activities, and here you are, crippled kid isn't able to, right? They're just, that ability was taken away from them. And the fact that it was taken away from them, but it wasn't physically shown that it was taken away from them, it's the fact that they're not capable of doing it. They can't leave the house. They're too weak to leave the house. They don't have control over their legs or their arms, or maybe I don't know, maybe they can't speak because their speech is fucked up, or, whatever, right? Whatever their disability is. Maybe they've spent all their time in the hospital, and so, they can't have friends from the hospital, things like that. And so, they don't get to be normal. And I think that that's impactful because it's always been, because they look at it, you look at it from an early childhood perspective. These kids, they want to enjoy the activities that everybody else is because they don't know anything, and so they see everybody else having fun, and then they don't get to, right? And that turns from this sort of like selfish, spontaneous desire to something that they long for, right? Because you say, oh, you can't play at Jimmy's house today, but you can this weekend, right? It's a temporary refusal. People with medical conditions who don't get to be normal, they have a permanent refusal. You can't hang out with Jimmy ever. You can't go to Sandra's house ever. You can't ever play soccer. You can't ever be a ballet dancer. You can't ever sing in the opera. You can't ever, do any of this stuff. No matter how much you want it, you can never have it. And so being told this, and, why can't I have it? Well, it's because you were born like this. It's because you're not capable of doing this, blah, 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 right? And so these kids with medical conditions, they, I wouldn't go so far as to say they blame themselves, but they try to get out of it. They try to be a little bit normal. If they can go leave their room and walk around the kitchen, that's an accomplishment for them, right? Because that's one step closer to being able to share in all the activities that everyone else is doing. If they're able to even stand up from their wheelchair, that's like big for them, right? You could spend the rest of your life in your wheelchair, right? But you never get to play soccer. You never get to, do sports. You never get to hang out with your friends at the mall if you're stuck in your wheelchair all the time, right? I mean, that last one you could. Never gonna make those friends from the wheelchair, though, that's for sure. if being in a wheelchair is the only thing wrong with you, then yes, you can still go to school and have friends and go to the mall. But a lot of times, these people have other things going on, so that put them in the wheelchair. Maybe they have a autoimmune disorder, or maybe they have, like weak limbs, brittle bone syndrome, things like that that prevent them from doing this. Anyway, so the whole point of this is that these kids grow up and they want to be normal and they don't get to be, right? The thing is, they don't get to be, and they see all of these things that other people are enjoying that they don't get to do. They're just blocked off from that. What do you get to do? You get to hang out in your room. You get to stay in bed because you're too weak to get out of bed, and you have to be spoon-fed everything because your mouth doesn't work, and this and that or whatever. You don't have the freedom to do anything, basically. So it's like, for a kid, that's terrible, because all kids want to do is, go off and explore and experiment. Go off and explore and find things that are cool, interesting, and fun, and do those things, right? They want to be able to reach out and grab whatever's in front of them. A kid who doesn't get to do that is very repressed, right? And so, obviously, this sort of like dilemma manifests itself depending on the person, right? The thing is, I understand it psychologically. I understand that these people, they're not able to these kids, they're not able to be normal, right? When they say I want to be normal, it's not necessarily like it's from an innocent perspective, right? It's from this perspective of everybody gets to have fun, but I don't. Everyone gets to socialize with each other and make friends, and I don't. I just get to sit in my room. And as a 2-year-old kid, or as like a 6-year-old kid, sitting in your room is boring. Even if you buy me a bunch of toys, I'm gonna be bored, right? You don't have the capacity to be entertained in your room. You give me a computer and a PlayStation and a TV, and I can spend the rest of my life in my room, right? But that's because I'm in my 20s and I've already established what's fun, what's fun in my room or whatever, right? And that's kind of like where my life has led me or whatever. But if you're like a 6-year-old kid, you're not able to, right? You put him in front of his GameCube, and and you put him in front of SpongeBob SquarePants all the time. He's gonna get bored of it eventually. It's a 6-year-old kid, but that's kind of how it is, though. And I don't know. It another thing I was thinking about in that same vein is that these people, these kids, when they're stuck in their rooms all the time, they do feel alone. And I think that's really the crux of the issue, is that they feel alone. You're not able to make friends from your bedroom, especially as a child. So the fact that you have a medical condition that makes you not normal, and it keeps you in your room, you're not able to socialize with other people, and you're not able to make friends. And that's kind of the thing that I wanted to kind of address, is because you have this sort of I can't go out and make friends, I can't go out and socialize, I'm alone. You're trapped in your room, you're alone. Right? And you're alone for whatever reason, right? In this situation, I'm talking about for the reason of a medical condition. But it's the fact that you're alone, and you're alone. Nobody wants to talk to you. You're on top of all the fact that all the stuff that you can't have fun. Whereas I feel like with, and that creates this resentment towards your situation, right? You're all alone when there's human beings right outside your house. There's the neighborhood kids. There's your classmates at school. They're right outside. You just gotta leave the house and reach out to them, and they'll be your friend for life. And you can't leave your bed, right? And so you're alone. And it goes back to that whole initial human beings want to socialize aspect, is these kids, they want to socialize and they can't. They're stuck in their rooms. And it's very sad because it creates this situation, and I don't think society has been able to adjust to this yet. It creates a situation where these kids are alone. I can guarantee you if a kid has a medical condition, he's stuck in his room, he's feeling lonely. Here's your solution. Take another kid from a different family who has that person's same medical condition and have them share a room together. Big room, play area for each, TV for each, whatever, right? And separate beds, all that sort of stuff, right? Within reason, of course, but have them share a room. They're going to be best buddies for life. It doesn't matter who the two people are, who the two kids are. They're going to be best buddies for life because they have each other. That's the thing. It's such an easy solution. It's an easy solution because it cures the loneliness. Now both of these kids aren't really feeling so bad about their medical conditions. They're not feeling so bad about being abnormal. They're not feeling so bad about the loneliness because there is no loneliness. Because they're friends with each other, and they're friends with each other, and they're able to understand each other. And if they want to go out there and try to get better and experience the world, then they can help each other with that, and they can congratulate each other when they do make these small advances. I put my feet on the ground and got out of bed today. That's a big accomplishment for some of these people with medical conditions, right? Because for some people it's impossible, and these kids are able to do it today. That's something to be applauded. I was able to walk to the kitchen, and I cooked myself my own meal today. Who cares? It was a microwave meal. It was a microwave meal. It took 2 minutes. You had a lean cuisine. Still, that's a huge accomplishment, and the other friend can be there and congratulate that success. And the thing is, like, they can kind of egg each other on, and they can support each other. That's what human beings are supposed to do. That's what we were born in. We were born into this world to be social with each other, to have other people to bounce off of, which is again why I don't understand everybody's like obsession with being independent in American society, but that's a different topic. My main point is that I think kids with medical conditions resent the fact that they're not normal because not being normal equals them being alone. And this is what I'm saying, is my whole point is that doesn't need to be the case. You don't need to be able to leave your room to have friends. You just need to have your situation tailored to you in order to make it so you can have friends despite your condition. And I think it is a little easier for kids who have to like go to children's hospitals or something like that, especially in big cities. They can make a friend in the waiting room or make a friend in the play area room or whatever, right? If they really want to. But if they have that opportunity, but even then, that's like pure luck. But the fact that there isn't the ability to match kids with other kids with their medical conditions and have them be friends with each other, the fact that that doesn't exist nowadays is baffling to me. And the thing is, I'm talking about small kids. I'm talking about kids who are like 6 and under, right? Children need that social experience. Any kid, normal or not, who's deprived of that social experience as a child is going to grow up alone and dysfunctional. But the thing is, it's such an easy solution for kids with medical conditions. And the thing is, like, the way that society is structured to where we only live in our own homes, and we go out and socialize, we go outside to school and work and socialize, and then we retreat back into our own houses at night. That system doesn't work for people with medical conditions because they're not able to do the first part. They're not able to go outside to school and work and socialize with other people and have friends. They're not able to do that. And so what's left for them is the going back home part. You guys have seen, like, during COVID, everyone's in quarantine. There are marriages being ruined. There are people who are going insane. There are people committing suicide because they can't take being in their house all the time. How would any one of those people feel if they had a medical condition from birth that prevented them from leaving the house? Would they have killed themselves? Because it sure looks like it, right? It's the matter of the fact that isolating yourself in your own home, even though your home is comfortable, can drive a lot of people insane. The thing is, this isn't for everyone, right? There are plenty of people who loved COVID, myself included, because we did get an excuse to stay in our homes, right? I got to spend March to September last year staying in my house and being paid for it. I went on the laptop in a Zoom meeting 1 hour a day, and I got to play video games for the rest of the day, and I got paid for it, right? And it's like, it's like, something like that's fantastic for someone like me, and for other people like that. But for a lot of other people, it's not. It's, for more normal people, they go insane because of it. And I think for any child, being isolated at home is, for a small child, is pretty bad. Like 99% of small children need socializing. They need socializing, or at the very least, they need parents who like interact with them a lot and actually like love them and care for them and stuff, to a point where the kid can see it. They need that. They need that social interaction. And the thing is, with kids with medical conditions, they completely ignore this issue. They recognize that, oh, these kids are lonely. This sucks that these kids have to spend every day in their room, or they have to spend every day in the hospital, but they don't provide a solution for it. And I know there are probably solutions for it that are like, oh, there's like support groups, like, medical society or whatever, right? Where you can match kids up with each other or whatever, right? How many people are actually using that? It's not every kid with a medical condition is not using that sort of service, right? It's not readily available to them, or their parents don't push for it, or it's too inconvenient, right? Or the thing is, like, even if they do use that service, it's through Zoom calls on their laptop or their iPad that they talk to each other, maybe like once a day or something like that, right? Which is enough for some people, but you definitely don't get that freedom of like being able to call up your friend and be like, hey, you want to hang out later? Yeah, sure, meet me at 7 at the mall. You don't get that convenience. You don't get that that reliability of that if you're having scheduled talking to my pen pal through these medical societies, right? It's these people without the medical issues don't understand, and the people with medical issues, all they're able to express is that they're complaining that they're not normal, which is a blanket statement because being normal could mean anything. I'm not normal. Yeah, you had a medical condition. You're gonna have to live with this. I feel sorry for you, but that's how it is. It's like, that's not the point. The point isn't to overcome the medical condition. The point is to substitute all of the things they're missing out on in life with things that are proper substitutes, with things that are, that would still fill that void. If they don't get to go outside to make friends, have them be able to make friends from their rooms. If they're not able to do certain activities outside, like play sports or go to the mall or whatever, simulate that in their bedroom, or have substitutes or whatever for that, right? If a kid has medical conditions and he spends his entire life playing video games as like his one thing to enjoy, then that's totally fine, right? That was a substitute for it, right? You look at any like loner kid who's like rejected at school and he doesn't have any friends from a young age. That's all he does. He just goes on his video games and he goes on the internet when he's older, and that's it, right? That's how I developed, right? I'm an awkward piece of poop when it comes to like talking to people, and so therefore I don't make friends with normal society. And so I have my video games, and I have my internet, and I have, if I want, which I haven't done in like a long time, is I can make internet friends, right? If I really wanted to, right? But of course, it's not the fact that I do or don't, it's the fact that it's there to me, it's available to me. And you cut off my legs and, turn my autoimmune system like down to 0, and I'm still going to be able to enjoy my life from my room, right? Because I have all of these resources available to me. What 6-year-old kid is going to think about any of this? Like I was saying in the stream the other day, children don't have the ability, they don't have the life experience to go out and seek out this sort of stuff. They only do what they know. If they don't know about the internet, they're never going to request it. If they don't know about video games, they're never going to want to play them, right? You have to expose these kids to certain things that can help them, that can, provide a substitute. And the thing is, video games and the internet is pretty common sense for parents to give to their children, but what's not common sense is the ability to have friends. And I think that a kid who complains about, they want to be normal and they can't, is really, I think more often than not, they're just doing it because they're complaining about it because the one normal thing that they want is to have friends, is to have somebody there to talk to and not be alone, right? That's all that they want. That's all that anybody wants, right? You take the loserest, creepy loner in the world, and who sits in his room and he plays video games and whatever. He has anxiety and depression. That person just wants a friend, right? They just want a friend, or they just want someone to enjoy being with them, or whatever, right? That's what they want. That's what they want. That's what they should get, or whatever, right? So. And, they should get that. No human being in this planet deserves to be alone. But the thing is, we have this issue of where a lot of people are alone. And it's not that people want to be alone. The issue isn't that people want to be alone. The issue is that people don't know how to not be. And I think that's really the problem. And I think that you'd have a lot less people, especially children, being, depressed about their medical condition if they had been given the means and the opportunity to make friends from a young age. If they had been able to find kids like themselves who are stuck in their rooms. And, Zoom calls are great and all, but ideally they would move in with each other. They could be brothers or sisters or whatever, right? And they could be friends. They could play video games, they could play Super Smash Brothers with each other on the same TV from their beds, right? And they could turn the lights out and they could talk to each other in the middle of the night before they go to sleep, right? Those are the kind of experiences that these kids want. Those are the kind of experiences that any person who's not able to be normal wants. That's what they mean by wanting to be normal. And this is all my assumption. This is all my guess, but that's what these kids want from a young age. Is you put them with a buddy who's similar to them, and has the same medical condition. Put them both in the same room with each other, and they could be siblings. And if they don't want to hang out with each other, you have a curtain that you can pull, and you block the view, whatever, right? Who cares, right? The thrill of having a buddy your age to live with, somebody that you enjoy being with, to live with in the same room, that's really you don't get any better than that. You can play video games together, you can have late night talks together, you can do things together, you can complain about stuff together, right? And it's that's the experience or whatever. That's what I imagine that the experience is or whatever. And obviously by the time, if these kids spend their entire lives alone and they get to, be a teenager or a young adult or anything like that, then it's pretty much too late, right? They had that desire, but then it's years and years of being alone. And, no matter who you are, this doesn't even apply to, this applies to people with medical conditions. It also applies to, ugly loners, right? The kid in school you'd call creepy, right? It applies to these people, too. You have years and years and years of, your childhood being alone. All of a sudden you don't want it anymore, right? You don't want it anymore. You've adjusted to this life of solitude and you just want to be left alone. Or you don't want, now it's not a desire, now it's an inconvenience. And so now as a teenager, somebody goes up to you, somebody goes up to that the teenager with a medical condition. And they're like, hey, I've signed you up for the service, you can make friends. And the teenager's going to be like, no, I don't want that anymore. I wanted that 10 years ago and you didn't do it for me. I wanted to be able to socialize normally and make friends and, and be able to do stuff and share activities together 10 years ago. You didn't do it for me then, and I've had to live my entire life alone because of that. And now you have the audacity to recommend this to me? Get out of here. Leave me alone. I have my video games. I have my internet. Leave me alone. And then people question, oh, why does he have such a bad mentality? Where did we go wrong or whatever? Like, goddamn. I just went on a 30-minute rant telling you exactly where you went wrong and a plausible solution to it. Gee, these parents spend their entire lives not knowing. It's like it's the system. I don't necessarily blame one group of people for this. It's the system. The system that we have of society where we go out, where we leave our house to school and work, and we socialize with people and we make friends and we hang out, and then we retreat home at the end of the day and go to bed in our separate houses. That system is designed specifically for able-bodied people. It's designed for able-bodied people, and it's designed for people who are desirable, right? People who are able to make friends. You don't get, it doesn't work for people who are stuck in their rooms all the time, or for people who are rejected by general society. It doesn't work for those kind of people. And because it doesn't work for those kind of people, those people end up suffering because of it. They end up suffering, and they have this desire of wanting to be normal because all they know is the system. If they're seeing everybody else has to go outside to make friends and to not be alone, then that's what some kid with a medical condition is going to think that he wants to do as well. It doesn't have to be like that. Life doesn't have to be like that. But the thing is, the kid only thinks that way. I have to leave the house in order to not be alone. The kid thinks that way because that's how society's been portrayed. He's not seeing the loner kid who's stuck in his room, making friends online. He's not seeing any of that. He's not seeing this life where he could share a room with somebody who's similar to him and they could be best friends. He's not seeing that. A 6-year-old kid, a 10-year-old kid, an 18-year-old adult, none of these people are seeing this alternative to society. They're only seeing what's right in front of them. And I don't blame the kid at all, right? These people, when you're a young age, you don't know anything else. You don't know anything else, and you don't think about any of this stuff. In fact, I could go and wager a lot of adults don't think about this stuff. There's a problem, and you need to have a solution to it, otherwise people are going to suffer. Who's suffering? It's people who don't deserve to suffer. Who's suffering? It's people who are alone, who are lonely. These are the people who suffer, and nobody's doing anything about it. Nobody's looking at the system objectively and saying, okay, maybe people who aren't like us, who aren't normal, need to play by a different set of rules. We aren't doing that. We're just doing it. We're just looking at them. We're looking at disabled people as like, okay, these people, they got to fit into our society halfway. They exist and they eat and they stay in their rooms. That's about half of it, right? They're not able to do the outside part or the work a job part or go to school part. But we'll let that slide. We'll just throw a few $100 a month at them when they're adults, or throw it at their parents when they're kids if their parents need it, and we'll just let it slide. We'll just let it. We'll just leave it like that, right? No one's actually looking at these people, and the thing is, in modern society, there are more and more children who are born with medical disabilities, where they are prevented from doing stuff like this, right? Just look at all the kids right now who aren't able to go to school because they're vulnerable to getting COVID, right? And they're going to die from getting COVID. Look at all those people, right? We don't have a solution to this. We don't have a solution to this. And the thing is, the fact that the entire country panicked when we started to say like, oh, you gotta stay inside and do school from home. The fact that everybody panicked about this and everyone protested just goes to show you that nobody can think of a creative, alternate solution to an existing problem. You forget about COVID and like being quarantined. Look for a year. Look at all the kids who are forced to be in their room on life support for their entire lives. What do you guys think of that? They don't think anything of it. Why? Because they're not normal. They don't see those kids. They don't see these people who are disabled. They don't see these people. Why don't they see these people? It's because they're not right in front of them. I'm a normal person, so I'm going to do things that fit my normal mentality, and I'm going to protest things that go against my normal mentality. That's what the average person thinks, subconsciously, of course, but it's shown through their actions. The fact that people want to send their, the fact that people want to go to school and go to work in person, even though there's a deadly disease going around, the fact that they want to risk their lives to do so just goes to show that they're not able to think outside the box. They're not able to think about any of these solutions for themselves. And if they're not able to think of solutions for themselves, then how on earth are we ever going to get to the point where disabled people and disabled kids are even thought of? We're never. You can throw money at, fundraisers like the St. Jude's Hospital or whatever, right, to do research, but all of it is going towards making the kids normal because we have to fit them in normal society because that's the only solution that people know because everybody else is normal. And the ones making decisions are normal and they don't have any sympathy for people who can't go outside or who are rejected. They have no sympathy for any of that. That's why we have such a freaking like lonely guy problem in society, right? That's why we have problems like simping, like incels, like school shootings, like, just anything else. We have these problems because society and normal people in general have abandoned certain groups of people. They've abandoned even thinking about a solution for other kinds of lives other than their own. If you go to school and you're a totally normal person and you try to make friends like everybody else is, right? You're trying to be that normal kid and nobody's willing to talk to you. And then you get bullied during lunch and you have to go sit in the corner, go eat lunch in the bathroom and cry every day for, your entire life, then you're going to be bitter and you're going to want to shoot up a school. It's like pretty common. That's like a pretty understandable thing, right? If you just want to be normal and the entire society rejects you, you're going to hate them for it, and you're going to either be bitter, you're going to be bitter and resentful towards it and angry at them, and you're either going to you're going to think about it. You're at the very least you're going to think about it, right? You're going to think about it. But in the end, the vast majority of people don't follow through on it. They'd be like, okay, I'm just going to live alone. And they hate everybody, they hate people, and they go off to be alone. And again, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, as long as these loner people can find companionship in people who are similar to them. As long as, and especially these days it's pretty easy, as long as you can go online and find somebody who's of a similar mindset to you, or of a similar life experience to you, and you go up to them and you're like, hey, I've been alone and I don't want to be, and the other person says, hey, me too, want to be friends or want to be lovers or anything like that, bam, there you go, problem solved, right? It's easy, it's problem solved, right? But the thing is, you had to wait your entire life in order to get to this point. You had to wait until you were like 24 in order to, search on the internet and find these people, because it's just so hard to do. And and it's at the point where, like, if you find somebody like that, if you find a real companion to share your lonely life with before you hit the age of 30, then you've pretty much hit the jackpot. I mean, it is so difficult, and it's so difficult these days because all of our moral values are so skewed, right? Because society is structured in the go outside during the day, stay inside during the night sort of mentality. It's people want to be independent, but they want to socialize very, very, very lightly. And, they don't understand that longing desire of, I've been alone my whole life, now I need to be with somebody my whole life. They don't understand that. But a lot of lonely people, a lot of people who aren't necessarily, I didn't use the term alone, I used the term lonely. A lot of lonely people desire that. They've been alone their whole lives, they're sick of it. They would just want to be with somebody that they can spend the rest of their lives with or whatever, right? I'm the same way. Right? I had a fairly normal childhood. I grew up. I had friends. I was hyperactive, whatever, right? I was hyperactive and I, socialized with people. I had a group of guy friends at any one point in time. And I just did my own thing. I was a happy kid. But the thing is, I still turned out to be like, especially like post high school, I turned out to be, like a loner and like crazy and all, right? So it's like, and not necessarily crazy, but it's like I sort of went in that direction of like, I'm alone, I'm lonely, I want someone to spend the rest of my life with, right? But the difference between me and like a lot of other people is I really pushed for it. And I think it's because I grew up a little bit more normally. I grew up as a kid. If I wanted to talk to somebody, I went up and talked to them. If I wanted to be friends with the kids at my table in kindergarten, I just did it, right? And that's the thing, is that I didn't have any of those social filters that made me scared to do it back then. And because I did that as a kid, I took that into my adult life and I said like, okay, there's gotta be, people want to have relationship partners. There's gotta be somebody who wants that. So I'm going to go into every single interaction asking for it. And then I go into interactions, and obviously it's worked a couple times, but throughout my life, but it's amidst a lot of failures. And I mean, a lot of people don't have the capabilities in order to do that, or they don't have the longing desire to do that or whatever. And I think that those people end up truly alone because it's so like they lose hope. They lose hope there, and it's the same as like the medical kids. They lose hope because they don't see that there's this out there, that they can get this or whatever. They don't see that all of this is possible, and so why put in the effort? Why try? I might as well just be alone. But when you're alone, you suffer. When you are alone, you suffer. And I think because, that's the thing, is like I don't want to suffer. I don't want to be alone my entire life. I don't want to, grow up until I'm 70 and then realize that, I just avoided everything. I'm not that kind of person. I'm gonna go for what I want, and if I don't get it, then I don't get it. I'm not gonna throw a fit about it. But I do think that the way that normal society is structured, the system that people operate under, I think that inherently pushes away anybody who doesn't fit into it, and there's no alternative system to replace it. Chat rooms online and like Discord servers and stuff are pretty much like the closest you're gonna get, but even Discord servers and stuff like that are just so terrible. It's a cesspool, right? It's like the complete opposite. I don't need the complete opposite. I don't want to like dive headfirst into a pool of degeneracy that Discord servers are. I just want to find somebody who's like alone like me and just wants to spend their life together, right? It's the same thing with the two kids in the shared room who both have the medical conditions. That's all you need. Somebody to sleep next to and like have late night talks with and play video games with. That's all you need. You don't need anything else beyond that. And if you get sick of that, fine. If you get sick of that, fine. That's your choice. You can move out of it, right? You don't need anything else. But the fact that people don't even get that these kids don't even get that, and because the system doesn't cater towards that kind of mindset, these kids have to spend their entire lives alone. And you think about the concept of being alone, right? How many people are there on this planet? Billions? There are billions of people on this planet, and a lot of them are alone, and yet no one's matching each other up. Nobody's matching each other up and getting together or whatever, right? We have to do complicated things like long distance relationships, or like meeting people on online forums, or yada yada, right? Or dating websites. Oh god, dating websites, don't even get me started. And it's like, it's so complicated. It's so complicated, and it's still stacked against you. It's still created in a format that matches normal society, because I had to go out on the dating website. I had to go out and do this or that or whatever, right? We can't just pair people with each other. We can't just say like, hey, friend meets other friend, and here, have them hang out for a while and they could be friends, right? And it's always been my fervent belief that you can put two people in a room together, and as long as both people are open to the idea of getting along with each other, then they can become friends. Will they be best friends? It depends. Will they even agree on everything? Probably not. But the thing is, like, you can take any two people and you can put them in a room, you can force them in a room together, and if enough time passes and they're both willing, then they're able to, then they're going to become a good match for each other. That's just how it is, right? You know, the childhood friend sort of situation, right? They could be nothing like each other. The two people could be nothing like each other, and yet they're best friends. Why are they best friends? Is because they spent enough time together. There's enough time spent to form that bond. And I truly believe that in the same sense that time heals, I feel like the same thing applies to time bonds people together, right? I could find the greatest person in the world who's my exact match, but if I only spend, 20 minutes with them, then or if I only spend like 5 minutes with them, let's have a smaller number. If I spend 5 minutes with them, we're probably not going to come to an understanding with each other, and we're both going to walk away, and we're never going to talk to each other again. But if I have to spend a week with him working together on something, then yeah, we're more likely to connect because we're both willing. We both got to be there anyway. Yada yada, right? So there's my PlayStation just threatened to shut off on me. If my PlayStation shuts off, guys, and the stream stops, I'll get back on stream immediately. But yeah, no, that's the gist of it. Is like, why, it's so easy. But the thing is, people don't understand. And the fact that people don't understand it means that nothing's gonna get done about this, and then everybody else is gonna suffer. You know how many school shootings are like because of people's loneliness? If those kids had even one friend at school, then then none of this would happen. If they had a group of people who liked them, this wouldn't have happened, right? And people die because of this. But God forbid we change anything. And the thing is, like, something like school shootings is very something like school shootings is very like what's the word? They use it now as an excuse to further bully the loner kid because they don't look at the loner kid who's being quiet by himself. They don't look at him as just like, oh, he's just a background character anymore. They look at him as a threat. And so there are reports of like kids in like high school who will go on and bully the loner kids more after a school shooting happens because they'll think like, oh, they're heroes, because it's always the loner kid. And if we just bully him enough, and if we're just gonna jab at him until he doesn't do it. The thing is, it's silly because it's counterproductive. Because the more you bully somebody, the more they hate you, and the more they're gonna want to kill you, right? But that's just the mentality behind it. But it's the fact that nobody understands the mentality behind it. Nobody understands how the minds of different people work than them. It means that nothing's going to get done. It means that nothing's going to get changed in society, right? Even if somebody goes out and advocates for this stuff, nothing's going to get done. Because who has to agree to these changes for them to be pushed? It has to be normal people. Because normal people make up the majority of society and screw everybody else, right? That's what it is. We live in a democracy, and democracy means that the majority rules. And so if you're part of the minority, which is to say the lonely kids, or the lonely people, then you don't have a voice, because everyone else rules you out. And that's how our system works. From politics, laws, and decisions, to very simple things like what kind of programs should be funded, and what should we spend energy trying to do. And it's just you cater to the majority and you abandon the rest. That's what it is. People with medical conditions are abandoned. Loner kids who were bullied in school are abandoned. Kids who get verbally and emotionally abused are abandoned. People, adults who are too ugly for anybody to love them get abandoned, right? Because that's not the majority of people. The majority of people look decent, but not the ugly people, right? The only reason we have like fat acceptance or like body acceptance or whatever nowadays is because there are more people who are fat, and so it's becoming a majority. The majority of people who speak out for it, there is a majority who does speak out for it versus those who shame it. Whereas if it was the other way around, people wouldn't be fat, and fat people would suffer. Yada yada, right? It's the same thing. And so I think that if you don't fit into society's standards, then your issues get abandoned and they get pushed under the rug. And although you're not going to get killed or outcasted from living anywhere like this, you're definitely going to have a harder time navigating through life, because you have to try your best to kind of fit into a system that you never belonged in the first place. And I think that with how many human beings there are on this planet, it's pretty easy to say that there are going to be people who don't fit into the system, because everybody's different. And people praise each other's individuality until it goes against the norm. And once it goes against the norm, you're weird and creepy and a loner and a stalker, and nobody's going to care about you, right? Nobody's going to care about you. Nobody's going to put money towards fixing your problems. Nobody's going to even think about your problems. And if you try to complain to them, then they're going to tell you to shut up and suck it up. Oh, everybody goes through problems. And they're going to call you selfish. They're going to completely, toss you under the rug. And they're going to ignore you. Because you don't matter, because you don't fit into the normal mold that everybody else does, because people don't sympathize with you because you're not exactly like them. Because normal society isn't all accepting, it's all inclusive. Or it's all exclusive, I guess I should say. I don't know, whatever. There's an in-group, and if you're not part of the in-group, then you're brushed to the side. You're pushed to the side. You're pushed to the side in favor of more important things. Things that affect the normal people, right? And you see it in the very fact that you have all of these lonely people who are abandoned, who are the minority, who are abandoned, right? Even though we claim as a society to care about them, we really don't. We don't care about them enough. Society doesn't care about them enough to find a real practical solution. They only find a solution that also fits within their normal society, because the idea of two kids from different families moving in together is unimaginable. That would create such a shit show, because which family are they going to get to live with? One of the kids' parents isn't going to get to see their child that often, or if they are, then they have to go live in that same household with other people, and that would inconvenience the families too much. That would inconvenience the parents too much. And so because it inconveniences the parents, now the kids have to suffer, because we're not willing to accept that kind of solution. We're not willing to accept that kind of solution, even though both of those kids would be happy. Just not allowed to do it. Because the parents, who are normal members of society, their desires take center stage. It's the same thing with the law system. If you go to court for anything, then the judge will always side with whoever is normal. Are you a tax-paying citizen who's working a career that contributes to society? Then the punishment for your crimes have been lessened. Are you not? Or is your opponent a tax-paying citizen who, or a tax-paying family who works jobs and who's valued by society? Then we'll cater to them instead of you. It doesn't matter the severity of your crimes. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It doesn't matter what's fair or unfair. The judge will always side with the people who are more valuable to society. There's this court case where this lady like murdered somebody, like she killed them in cold blood, and there's extensive proof that the lady had done it. There's evidence and everything, and she was proven guilty for it. Now, normally killing somebody intentionally is life in prison, but guess what? She was young, attractive, and she was training to become a neurosurgeon. A doctor who operates on the brain. And guess what the judge said? Instead of life in prison, we don't want to lose somebody of your capabilities, so you're free to go. The woman was allowed to kill the person in cold blood, and she's free to go because she's more valuable to society than the person she murdered. Now, if a judge can operate on that kind of logic, because, obviously, fuck everybody who cared about the victim, right? Just screw everybody. That victim could have been somebody's husband. Screw the wife's feelings. We're going to keep this neurosurgeon up and running. Because, wouldn't you feel guilty for putting a neurosurgeon in prison because they killed your beloved? That'd be your fault, and people would blame you for being, vindictive. Whereas if that lady was ugly and a fast food worker, then she'd get put into jail so fast. Because who gives a shit about her, right? It's a crime happens, but who do we give a shit about more? So if a judge is able to operate on that logic when sentencing people to punishment for breaking the law, how do you think if a judge of the highest order can do something like that, what do you think an entire society of normal people is going to choose when they're faced with a decision? Are they going to favor the people who are stuck in their bedrooms and who are just feeling a little alone because they don't have friends because they were born with a medical condition? Or are they going to favor the convenience of the rest of society? Are they going to favor the convenience of all the parents involved who are able-bodied and normal and work their jobs and pay their taxes? In fact, there's a lot of kids who they won't be taken care of. Like, they'll be born with medical conditions, but their parents are like homeless, or they were like dropped at the seat of an orphanage or something. That kid is not valuable anymore, and so that kid does not receive proper medical treatment. They don't receive hospital care because that's a waste of money for an orphan, or for that's a waste of money for a kid whose single mom is a fast food worker, right? And so if you have a medical condition, your treatment is, how much society cares about you is dependent on how valuable your parents are. And so therefore how much your parents say that, how much your parents, how much sway they have in society, how valuable they're seen. People want to cater towards them, and so they'll cater towards you as a disabled person, right? As the child of such normal society participating parents, right? That's how our system works. You can literally get your crimes ignored if you're seen as valuable. So, of course, whoever gets special treatment, whoever gets treated better than others, is dependent on how valuable they are or the people who care about them are, right? If I was a neurosurgeon, if I was like a doctor, somebody who did surgery in a specialized field, if I asked anything out of society, I would get it on a silver platter immediately. I'd be allowed to break any law that I want. As long as it's not unforgivable, I'd be able to do that. Especially if I was attractive, and if people cared about me who were also valuable to society. I could do anything I want. In fact, look at all these celebrities, right? We had this whole, like, a few years ago, we had this whole wave of celebrities who were doing really bad things. Um, Anywhere from drunk driving to doing cocaine while driving to this and that or whatever, right? A black person from the ghetto who did that crime would get life in prison if they were caught, driving with cocaine on them. They get life in prison. These celebrities, they get probation and get to go to rehab, not a day in jail. And if they fail their rehab and they end up doing the crime again, they end up getting sent back to rehab because, oh, we'll try again with this person. Guy from the ghetto gets life in prison for doing it once. And the same crime done by a celebrity, they're let off scot-free. And there's a huge problem, and people were protesting this, but the judge stood by their decisions. Oh, we're not going to ruin this celebrity's life just because she made some mistakes. But oh, this poor person that nobody knows was desperate and made a mistake. Life in prison. Because one is more valuable to society than the other. Right? And that's why anything that I complain about is typically from the perspective of the minority, from the perspective of the people who don't have a voice. Right? And again, me complaining about it on a YouTube stream isn't going to do anything to change the world. And in fact, even if I won the lottery and I went out there and I dumped millions of dollars into any one of these specific issues, it wouldn't change the world. I know that. But it's still frustrating that this exists. It's still in my eyes, it's evil that people can justify abandoning human lives in favor for the lives of others. Because, like I said before, isn't everybody born a human being? Don't we all deserve a fair chance? Don't we all deserve the same treatment, no matter who our parents are or what area we were born into? But it's not the case. And in fact, you compare it to other, like, third world countries. You compare it to, like, China, where, they have child slaves working in factories 12 hours a day, getting their hands and limbs cut off as they work these dangerous machines to make us our cheap dollar store products. Do we care about the child slaves in China and in Taiwan and everywhere else who are being sent to work camps and who are being enslaved and who die before the age of 10 because of poor work conditions? Who are being paid pennies a day and get a bowl of rice and a slice of bread and a cup of water every day as nourishment? No, we don't care about those. Because guess what? If that stopped, we wouldn't be able to get cheap products at Walmart. I wouldn't be able to afford to get myself a new tool for my toolbox at half the price of the competitors. Because why is everything so cheap? It's because of slave labor. It still exists. It's unethical. Everyone knows it, but they turn a blind eye. They turn a blind eye because it's on sale. And guess who matters more? Me. I matter more. Me, the American. My cheap prices matter more than the factories full of children slaves in third world countries who are forced to work until they drop dead. That's how it is. And I mean, the hierarchy exists in America, and the hierarchy definitely exists across the entire planet. You're born as a Chinese kid in a poor farming country, your parents are going to sell you off to the factory for a couple $1,000 so that they can eat an extra bowl of rice a day. That's how it goes. And you're going to be worked to death if you're that kid. You have a medical condition, well, they're going to just toss you in the river and they're going to walk away. You get to drown for that. You actually survive those working conditions until you're like 30. Well, maybe you can buy your freedom. Maybe. And then maybe you get promoted from child slave to living in the big city in cages and paying absurd rent on cages in shared rooms with 40 other Chinese men working in another factory that pays you just a little bit more to afford that rent in that cage that you sleep in. And no, I'm talking about a real thing. You look up like Chinese cage apartments, and they'll show pictures of there'll be these big rooms, or not so big rooms, and there are stacks of like those big dog cages that they keep dogs in, and they'll put a blanket and a pillow in there, and you get to climb into your cage, and you get to fall asleep. And the room has 40 other cages that are all stacked up on each other. You got somebody to your side, a few inches away. You got somebody below you and above you, a few inches away each. There's one shower to share, one table to share, one kitchen area to share. Sometimes it doesn't even have a kitchen area. You got to eat out. You got to spend your precious pennies that you earned today at the store to eat out at the expensive restaurants that are around. Or you get to eat nothing, because you have to pay rent because the price of these cages is thousands of dollars equivalent. That's your upgrade. Oh, hey, at least I don't get to be a child slave, right? You go on like Live Leak, and like, you know, oh, there'll be this video of like, oh, this toddler walked out into the side street of like a back alley, and this truck came and didn't see the kid and ran over the kid. Killed the kid, obviously, right? It's a giant truck, and then it goes, and then the truck kind of like backs up, and then goes forward, and then it kind of double runs over the kid because that truck has someplace to be. And then and so you have this like 3-year-old kid who just learned how to walk, and he's lying on the ground all splat out, and you look at the security cam footage, and it speeds up time. Like 5 hours go by, you see this time lapse of all of these people walking up and down that alley, in and out of doors in the surrounding buildings, and they'll glance at the kid, and then they'll go about their day. They'll glance at the kid, they'll pay the kid like 2 seconds worth of their attention, and they'll go about their day. Kid's been dead for hours, and then all of a sudden his mom, the kid's mom, comes out of a building and looks at the kid and just breaks down and starts crying. And then the people and as she's holding her dead kid, the people walking up and down the alley, they'll pay her maybe 5 or 10 seconds of their attention, and then they'll walk about their day. So you look at a world that does that to other human beings, that doesn't even give a shit, and the things that I'm complaining about that happen in America are like trivial in comparison. At least you get your own room and you get to eat 3 meals a day. And you look at it like that. In fact, normal people will tell you that. Why are you complaining about loneliness? You know, at least you get to live. Look at Africa. Look at China. You know, those people, you know, get killed without a second thought, and they're replaced. And like, yeah, of course, this world is cruel, but it doesn't dismiss the problems that people suffer through. Because if you eat 3 meals a day, then you don't have to worry about food. Now you gotta worry about the next thing, right? Even normal people complain about stuff. Oh, Stacy was so mean to me at work today. You don't go up to that girl and tell her, you know, oh, why are you complaining? You have a loving husband, you know, 2 healthy children, your own condo in the middle of the city, and you get to go out to restaurants every other day. You don't have to worry about starvation or loneliness or anything like that. No one's going to tell her that. Are you kidding? That person's actually valuable to society. We're going to sympathize with her. We're going to simp for her. We're going to be like, oh, poor you. Stacy's so mean. How could she ruin your day like that? You have a medical condition? Fuck you, right? Fuck you, because society doesn't care about you, right? Society cares about you as valuable as you get yourself to be. If you're a celebrity and you get a medical condition, everyone in the world is going to feel sorry for you. They're going to give you their prayers and sympathies. But if you're some no-name person who spent their entire life in their room and you have a medical condition, then nobody gives a shit. If you're not a popular Twitch streamer, nobody gives a shit. If your parents aren't like millionaires, nobody gives a shit, right? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about you and your problems, right? And this is the kind of world we live in. This is the kind of world we live in where people do not care about anybody else who isn't deemed valuable to society. And I'm not saying any of this stuff to be mean or any of this stuff because I agree with it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I hate how society is structured like this. How human beings can be saved or abandoned based off of their perceived societal value. I hate this. And the fact that there's so many people around the world who suffer is just, it's baffling to me. It's baffling to me. We have enough food production and clean water production and enough living space to where we could give every single person on this planet a house, 3 meals a day, clean water, fresh clothes, a washing machine, and a job. We could give every human being on this planet the luxuries that the rest of us should be enjoying. And we can match them all up with a romantic partner. Easy. A romantic partner and a group of friends, easy. We can do all of this, and yet we've abandoned them. We abandon each other. Because that's how society works. It is the worst thing in the world. And we have the capability to save everybody, and yet we're only saving ourselves. It's just as much as we can, as much as society will let us. If I go to jail tomorrow, it's because I was deemed not valuable to society. The judge will say I belong there. Where it's the celebrity who does the same thing gets off scot-free. So, in fact, if I ever have to go to court, I'm gonna have to state my case to the judge that I am a valuable member of society. Not that I did or didn't do any crime, but that I'm a valuable member to society. That's what I'm gonna have to say. Because that's all anybody cares about. And yeah, guess what? If you said this to any normal person, they would deny it. They would deny, oh no, we care about everybody. Well, how about all those children in China? Well, it's just, it can't be helped, I gotta get the box of cereal for $2 at Walmart. I mean, come on, you benefit off of this, right? Who cares about the children in China? But didn't you just say that we care about everybody? Yeah, but I meant like everybody around us, You can back these people into a corner. You can call them out on their lack of compassion for this world. Lack of compassion for yourselves, even. Because in normal society, if everybody, the people who aren't worshipped are the ones who try to become good enough to be worshipped. That's how it is. We all try to get our college degrees so that we can get a good career, so that we're considered valuable to society, and our dollar signs and our bank accounts go up. and we're able to buy a house and we're able to participate in a community because we don't want to associate with people who are poorer than us. We don't want to look at the homeless people as we pass by them on the sidewalk. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Those people are below us, right? Those people are below us. We'll throw them $1 because we're feeling generous, because it gives us a position of power of, I have positively affected your fate, oh silly human, right? We view ourselves as above them because of the situation we are in. Whereas if we were born in a different area at a different time to different parents, then the tables would be turned and we'd be the ones holding the cardboard sign begging for money as the people in their nice clothes look down at us. And it's as easy as luck. Everyone watching my stream is lucky that they were born in a first world country. It's all luck. But the thing is, we're unlucky that people don't care about us enough to, at least with me, that people don't care about us enough to feel concern over our problems, right? Don't have enough friends who care about us, who can set us up on dates. Don't have a good enough family to say like, oh, you'll never have to worry about, life again. It's a family that'll actually be compassionate and listen to our problems. We don't have a good enough living situation to where, we'll be considered anything less than poverty or anything more than impoverished. Then it's like, or maybe we're born with a disposition to be lonely, or a medical condition that makes us alone, or maybe we're born ugly. Or maybe we're born with an awkward, creepy demeanor. And then nobody cares about us. No matter how rich or poor we are, nobody cares about us anymore. Right? If we're ugly, if we're not normal, nobody cares. It's because nobody cares, our problems are escalated. Not only am I lonely, but there's no chance of me finding a partner. There's somebody who cares about me, because everyone cares about the attractive people. Nobody cares if I'm homeless because I'm not rich enough to afford a home. Nobody cares. People only care about those who can afford homes, right? That's why it's illegal to be homeless in California. It's literally written in the law book, it is illegal to be homeless. You aren't good enough for society, therefore it is illegal to exist that way, right? And yet they won't do anything to help the homeless people get homes, get roofs over their heads. What do they expect them to do? You can't do anything. And people know that, but they'll turn a blind eye because it's not them. It's not them or their friends or their family who are affected by homelessness. If you had a millionaire whose son went homeless and the millionaire cared about his son, then the issue would get addressed. If the millionaire had a son who got addicted to cocaine, then there would be a lot of money being dumped towards rehab centers. Why? Because rich people care, because attractive people care, because society cares. Society doesn't care about the rest of us. If you're ugly, if you're abnormal, if you're weird, if you have different desires than other people, nobody cares about you, right? And so that's why the only solution to any of this crap is that you gotta find people who care about you. You gotta find people who actually care and who actually sympathize with your problems and want to strive towards a common solution. My common solution is to find a girl who, is fine with being separate from the world or whatever, who's gone through the same crap as I have, and or goes through these sort of the I'm gonna isolate myself from society, these sort of desires or whatever. And then we just be together, right? That's we don't want to be lonely. We want to be separate from the rest of the world, right? That's my ideal. That's always been my idea. I've talked about it many times. If this society is going to be cruel to me, then I don't want to have any part of it. But I still want to feel loved. I still want to feel, be able to be with another human being, right? And that's, and that's what I would give. But it's because I have that desire to have another person care about me that makes me human. Like I said at the beginning, we were all just born human. And so we shouldn't have to suffer because of it. Because we weren't born a certain kind of human, in a certain kind of situation. We shouldn't have to suffer just because of our life circumstances. And so to all those, the kids with the medical conditions, a happy life is out there. It's just that nobody cares enough to give it to you. And obviously you can't go get it yourself. You don't know any better, right? Of course, if you're already at the teenage or adult stage, then it's pretty much too late, right? And so you've already formed these opinions, these bitter resentments against humanity. I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. And the thing is, you can live with that and live happily as long as you find somebody who's similar to you in that regard, right? So, point being, everything sucks. That's pretty much the cut and dry. Everything sucks, but it is what it is, right? Nothing's gonna change. It's just thinking about these problems and recognizing these problems is, I don't know. I think it's healthy to be aware of why good and bad things happen, so that you know what to expect and you can more easily find a solution towards it, right? I can sit here and I can propose a solution to multiple problems. It's because I have an understanding of them, right? Whether people take or don't take my solution, it's up to them. It's up to society, right? Does society care enough right this moment to do it, right? Probably not. But the thing is, I can apply these solutions to my own life. I already know what kind of girl I want to, try to get with, try to go for or whatever. And I know it's not going to work if I get with a girl who's like of the normal society, because, she and I aren't going to relate or whatever, right? So, that's typically how it is. And by normal society, I mean like somebody who's okay with the way things are and who the system benefits, right? If there's some girl out there who's had friends and beta males and simps, pleasing her every need, she and I aren't gonna get along because that's not my life, right? I've never understood that. I've never experienced that before. And so therefore, she and I are gonna be on different wavelengths, right? There's no way I can even bring up the fact that I was lonely or in trouble or homeless or anorexic or anything like that to her, because these problems are foreign, right? And so you can't establish an emotional connection with somebody like that, with somebody who has no capability of caring. Even if you haven't experienced the same things as your partner, you have the capability to care. But if you can't relate to the fact that a human being struggle in the first place, the fact that I was born a certain way and I had to struggle because of it, if you can't relate to that, i.e. you grew up in a stable situation, you were happy all the time in your situation, right? You can't relate to the fact that other people suffer. You could be nice and you could throw money at a charity, but that's about it. You don't actually understand. In fact, a lot of people who donate to charities don't actually understand the plight that these people are going through. Especially popular charities like Red Cross, and Doctors Without Borders, and yada yada, right? They just think as shallowly as I would be sad if I was affected by the forest fires. I would be sad if I had HIV in Africa and mosquito bites spreading malaria, and then they throw $10 at it, right? And they think themselves such a good person because they're in such a fortunate position, that they'll give back or whatever, right? And I'm not trying to shame people who donate to charity. I'm just saying that there is an inherent lack of understanding there, because you live completely different lives. There's no way you can talk with some starving child in Africa and come connect emotionally with them, or come to an understanding with them or anything like that. The most you'll feel is sorry for them. You'll feel sorry and you'll say, it would suck if I was in that situation, so it probably sucks for them. That's the most you're going to be able to think. And then you're going to want your dollars to change the world. They'll change the world a little bit, whatever, right? One kid is going to eat well tonight. Congratulations, right? And it's sure, whatever, right? It's this sort of system. It works. The system works, right? Even if you take people's shallow sympathy and lack of understanding, you can turn it into dollars for a charity that will help people. that makes sense. And the thing is, the fact that this is included in society is a good thing. But it's the fact that you're never going to truly empathize with somebody like that, right? You're never going to truly understand what it's like to have been born a child slave in China, to have your own parents sell you off to the factory owner at the age of 3, and then to have to live in a dirty, soiled metal room with just one blanket over your shoulder so you don't get sick, and having to starve off of a bowl of rice and a cup of water every day as you slave away for 15 hours a day doing the same action on a factory belt as a 4-year-old child. You're never going to understand that. I'm never going to understand that. That must be absolute hell for these people, and just it's terrible, and it's the fact that the world exists like this is it's inhumane. But it goes on. It goes on, and we're born here, and we have our own problems, right? That's what I try to. Whenever I talk about this sort of stuff, I try to always bring up the fact that just because other people in the world are suffering worse doesn't make your problems any less valid. If I hate myself because I'm an awkward, creepy piece of shit that can't get a girlfriend, then that emotional distress that comes from that is just as valid as anybody else's. Yeah, I was born in a better situation than most of the world, and yeah, the fact that I even get the luxury to worry about this sort of stuff is a privilege. I get that. But the thing is, I exist, and I exist within my own mind, and I'm selfish, and it's just as it's the same as it's kind of similar to like the normal society, right? People only care about the things that they care about or whatever, right? I'm saying that I'm saying that society in general should try to better each other's lives and better the lives for everybody. Because like I said, if we can feed everybody and put them under a roof and give them nice clothes, if we can do that for everybody, then we should. But the fact that we're not is disgusting. But you take that whole argument away, and you push that to the side. And the thing is, your individual problems exist, and you can feel distressed about them. Because if you follow the logic of like, oh, somebody has it worse than you, like a lot of people try to spout, and a lot of people try to make you feel guilty for not thinking about. If you go along that logic, that means that only one person on this planet is able to complain about anything. The baby who was born with all their limbs like cut off, and they're in constant pain, and their face is deformed, and they're gasping for air because they're missing 1.5 lungs. Their kidneys missing, and so they're bleeding out internally, and that sort of suffering, that's the only person who's allowed to suffer, and everybody else gotta suck it up. You're lonely, suck it up. You're working in a factory as a kid, well, hey, at least you're getting fed and you have a job. Freaking, you're starving in Africa, well, at least there are charities that'll help you, right? You could apply this logic to anybody, and the thing is, you're dismissing everybody's concerns. And the reason why normal people spout this sort of thing off to the rest of us, the whole, oh, somebody has it worse, stop complaining, or be appreciative of what you have or whatever, right? It's a BS argument, because you're dismissing, because you could say that about anybody. You could say that about the child factory worker in China. You could say that about the starving kid in Africa who's still able to survive. You could tell them like, oh, stop whining about not eating for 3 days and having to lose your limbs to a factory machine. Stop complaining about that, because there are people in Nicaragua who are babies and they're born missing organs, and they can barely move their bodies without suffering from internal bleeding and dying in a painful way. Like you can't, what? Do Chinese slaves and African poor people, do they just not get to complain same as you? No. You don't get to say like, oh, at least you have food on your plate tonight. You don't get to say like, oh, at least you have a roof over your head tonight. You don't get to say any of that. Everybody suffers, and everybody's suffering is unique, and everybody suffers because because their situation is unique, because you don't understand what it's like to grow up in a factory. Your situation, your perceived standard is higher than that, and therefore when life doesn't hit that standard, you suffer because of it. It's just basic common sense, and yes, it does play off the ego, and yes, it is selfish and self-centered. But how is this supposed to be? How else is this supposed to be, right? You don't get to people don't get to dismiss your problems, or you don't get to dismiss your own problems for, just because other people suffer. Yeah, of course other people suffer. You know, everybody suffers. That's kind of how human beings work, right? Everybody suffers. Did I not to get to complain about my toilet problems today? About being stabbed in the bladder, in the colon today because it only lasted 12 hours, and at least I get all my limbs and I get to walk, and I'm not working in a factory as a child. Like, no, what the fuck? Like, are my problems not yeah, I have to live through it, and yeah, I can't expect everybody to just cry a river over my sob story. I'm not going to expect any of that. But I have a right to suffer. I have a right to feel pain from that. I have a right to, feel like I was in a bad situation because of that. I have a right to feel like I've suffered because of that, just as you guys do, just as anybody does for complaining about their problems. Everyone has problems, and everyone suffers because of it. And like I've said before, your problems are not trivial because it is you who is suffering through them, because it is a standard that you are living through. And yes, of course, if you were to become a child slave worker in China tomorrow, then me whining about my loneliness is all of a sudden going to be less it's going to be less important, right? Because now I have a new situation to deal with. But the thing is, it's the very fact that we as human beings have situations to deal with. We have emotions to sift through, or whatever. It's that very fact that we have to go, and we perceive it as suffering. We feel the pain of it because it's pain that results from an uncomfortable situation, right? You don't have to hold it in just because somebody suffers worse. Because if that person who suffers worse, do they have to hold it in because someone suffers worse than they do? No, you would never think about that about another human being, especially if you're the kind of person who would actually feel guilty over like, oh, someone suffers worse or whatever, right? If you're that kind of person, then you would never say like, oh, the Chinese slave, at least they get a metal roof over their head and a blanket and a bowl of rice a day that's better than the African kids. You're never going to say that. You're never going to say that, right? Especially as that kind of person. So, if you suffer, then you are allowed to recognize it and to feel pity upon yourself. It's truly a sorrowful situation. People shouldn't suffer. And yes, people shouldn't, we could make everybody in the world not suffer. We could euthanize everybody and then build them nice condos and distribute the food properly, and then everybody gets to eat healthy and have a comfy bed and a roof over their head until they die, and there's no more reproduction, and then the human species wipes out, right? Congratulations, right? That's how we solve world suffering. It's not gonna happen. Because it's not gonna happen, because people are going to selfishly go towards what they want while making others suffer. That's kind of what it is, or whatever, right? So, the world is going to constantly be filled with people who are harming others for their own selfish benefit. So as long as you're not harming others for, your own selfish benefit, then there's nothing to feel bad about. And whatever suffering you're doing shouldn't be felt, or I mean, it should be felt. The suffering that you're going through should be recognized, right? Because it is you who is suffering through it. You understand yourself more than anybody else does. And so the fact that you suffer through something means that you're suffering through it, right? And, and it's because it's something that you perceive as suffering. You perceive it as suffering, And oh my god. I don't want a bot milk settlement. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's... Your suffering is valid. Your guys' suffering is valid. Just because there are others who suffer worse doesn't mean your suffering isn't valid. Because what suffering is what suffering is it's the discomforts caused by a negative change in your normal human situation, right? As a human being, you have this thing called the human condition, and that is you have a standard of living that you subconsciously you subconsciously are used to, and anything that deviates from that is a positive or a negative change, right? And it's different for each human being. For a celebrity, it's being able to buy a car this week. Being able to buy that Maserati this week, or not because they didn't make enough money for their movie that they acted for, and so they're sad because of it, right? For somebody like that, that's their standard. For somebody poorer, it's I have to work overtime this week, in order to pay for rent. That's suffering, right? And for somebody else, it's I'm 4 years old and I have to work at this factory sewing clothes together so people can buy their plain colored t-shirts at Walmart for $4. That's suffering, right? Or it's that baby who's born deformed and with internal bleeding and who's gonna die in a minute, right? That's suffering, right? Or it's someone like me who's just like, I'm in a comfortable position, but I'm alone all the time, and I hate being alone, and I hate that I'm going crazy, just talking to myself. That's suffering, right? And because it's suffering, it's a bad thing, right? People should have a standard of living, and they should have that standard of living being met. At the very least, they should be able, they should have the opportunity to work on their lives in order to make sure that they're comfortable most of the time, right? If you perceive something as suffering, then it's valid, right? That's the whole point with this, right? Just because the celebrity is complaining about how they don't have enough millions of dollars to afford the luxury to afford their yacht, right? Whereas with me, if I get a nice, caring wife, then I don't care. I don't care how much money I have or whatever. I'm not gonna suffer because because I'm not a millionaire. What's his face? Freaking the CEO of a big company is going to suffer because they didn't make enough money this quarter, right? But it's like his suffering and my suffering are different levels. But the thing is, we can both get to a level to where we're happy. I can find my wife. He can make more money. Right? There you go. As to whose suffering is more valid or worse, or more valid or not, it doesn't matter, right? And obviously, I don't feel sorry for a millionaire who's able to live a good life or whatever. That's my disposition as somebody who's content being poor. But with somebody, and then I look downward, right? I wouldn't want to suffer as a kid working in a factory. I wouldn't want to be starving to death every day. I wouldn't want to have been born with half my limbs missing, right? Things like that. But the thing is, none of that matters because whatever you're suffering through right now is what you're suffering through, right? I just need this one thing in my life, and I'll be happy, and I don't have it, and I'm going to continually suffer until I get it, right? No, that's the sort of thing. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's a full belly, if it's a soft bed, if it's a loving wife, if it's you're hitting the $5 million mark in your bank account, right? It doesn't matter, right? If you're truly suffering because of something, then you deserve to be able to go for that, right? And be able to go for, you know, being able to rectify that situation and stop suffering. But as long as you're not harming others in the process, right? The reason why we don't sympathize with the millionaires is because they probably made that money off of taking advantage of other people, which means that they were harming other people, right? If that money went towards the poor families instead of the rich getting it, then then more people would be happy. That's why we don't care about them. But the thing is, like, with the freaking like being alone, that's like that's you. That's on you, or that's on me, or whatever, right? And it's like, it's on whoever's feeling that, and we're not going to be harming other people by finding a partner, right? We got to do that ourselves, but we, should be allowed to have that happiness. If that's what's going to make you happy. If it's not going to make you happy, then you don't need one, obviously, right? And your suffering is different from mine. That's totally fine. That's totally fine, right? So, like right now, I'm suffering because it got hotter in my room than it normally is. So that's how I'm suffering, right? It's just a little bit hot. Yeah, there are people who live in the desert where it's 120 degrees right now. I don't care. It doesn't matter because that has nothing to do with me. That's my suffering, right? If I turn the air conditioner on, or if I turn a fan on and it gets cooler, I've alleviated my own suffering. Because what matters is the emotion that you feel behind it. The actual justification of like what you're suffering from doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. The only thing that matters is what you feel by it. And of course, yeah, you could feel the emotion of, oh, I sucked it up and I don't care anymore. But you shouldn't have to, right? Like, yeah, with a spoiled child and they're not, they want the toy and they're suffering because they don't get the toy or whatever, right? They're not going to get everything they want. People have to come to, like, depending on your life circumstances, you have to come to a point where you're okay with certain things happening, but so you adapt and you're okay with certain things happening, but you still have a standard of living, right? I'm not going to suffer if I don't get the latest video game console or the latest video game or anything like that. I'm not going to suffer because of it, but if I can't afford, so I'm not, I'm used to not getting expensive things. But if my entire TV breaks and I don't have enough money to replace it and I got to use a crappy one that's in the garage, then I am now suffering, right? Because yeah, I didn't complain about not having the nicest TV, but now I have a worse one than what I'm used to, right? And so that causes an amount of suffering. Obviously, it doesn't cause that much suffering. I don't care that much, but because it's a smaller TV, I could just prop it up on cardboard boxes and pretend that's the same thing. But I have solutions to that. But the thing is, if you guys are truly suffering from something, or not even truly suffering, just like if you're feeling bad about something, then you're allowed to, right? You're allowed to feel bad about something. And none of this talk about like, oh, how like, oh, the world is cruel and we only care about attractive celebrities and we don't care about anything, and neurosurgeons, and we don't care about anyone else. Everyone else suffers because of that. They suffer in different ways, and some ways could be perceived as worse than others, but it's the same suffering. That's my whole point with this, is that it's the same suffering, and whether you're lonely, or whether your crush didn't text you back tonight, or whether, it's the air conditioner stopped working, so you're starting to sweat a little in your chair, or whether, there's a black line at the bottom of your flat screen TV and it's bugging you every single time you look down, or anything like that. If you're truly suffering from something, then you're suffering, right? I don't eat 3 meals a day anymore, right? And I go to bed hungry. I suffer from that, but it's like a suffering that I don't care about, right? Whereas somebody from Africa would care about that, right? It's like, so it's a matter of like your level of care from it, and you're allowed to suffer, right? Everybody's allowed to suffer, and everyone's allowed to feel that, and they're allowed to feel justified in doing that or whatever. So it's just depending on how much you care about it. I don't care about my dinner or my breakfast that I miss because of whatever. I don't really care about that, and the hunger pains that come from that aren't really a concern to me, but they might be a concern to somebody else. But the thing is, what I do care about is the fact that I'm sitting alone in my room and I have no one to talk to, and nobody cares about me, right? That's what I care about, right? Where somebody else might not care about that as much, right? They would be more concerned with feeding themselves the third meal a day as opposed to my problems, right? As opposed to, being alone or whatever, right? So that's sort of how it is, right? Some people are more focused on like, oh, I hope that I get that promotion and I'm suffering because I didn't. I'm suffering because I got demoted at my job. They care about their job more. They suffer from that. They're still suffering, right? My car broke down and now I need to spend a lot of money on it. That's suffering, right? If you really care about that, if that was your favorite, if that was your dream car and somebody totaled it and you can't get it again, you're probably super sad about that. That's suffering, right? That was like the one thing you cared about, right? It could be anything. It could be anything. What matters is how much you care about it. That's what it is. And I'm not going out there and saying like, oh, don't care about your own suffering. Because that defeats the purpose. You're allowed to suffer from stuff because the human suffering is the strive that we need, is the motivation that we need to make our lives better, right? That's why I spent like a lot of my life trying to find a girlfriend. It's because because I was suffering being lonely, and so that's what I pursued in order to make my life better, to alleviate that pain. In the very simplest of terms, I sought somebody like that in order to alleviate the pain. Where somebody could care differently. They could be like, oh, I want a really nice car. And so they go get a job, they go work their butt off, and they save up for that car. That's what they work for. And if they save up enough money for that car and somebody else bought it instead of them, and they can't afford it anymore, then they're going to suffer from that, right? And then they're going to try their best to alleviate that situation, to find a substitute or, whatever, right? It's the intense suffering that you feel from, and it's the amount that you care about what you're going through that determines how important it is. I'm not going to complain about every single little negative thing that goes on in my life because I just don't care enough. But the things that I do care enough about, I will complain about. And I will try to actively change. And I will, spend my life going towards or whatever, right? Like right now, I care about, I gotta be able to get a decent job sometime in the future, so that's why I'm going to college, right? Because I know that in the future I'm going to suffer if I don't, right? And I'm going to suffer in a way that is going to affect me and that I care about. And so that's why I'm going to college right now, right? I'm trying to, alleviate that situation for the future or whatever, right? I know that I'm going to suffer without it, and that's a suffering that I care about. Whereas I'm not trying to become a millionaire, because I don't care about that. Yeah, I will suffer if I'm not a millionaire, but not so much to where I care about. You guys see what I'm saying? So it's about how much you care about what you're going through, right? And everyone has different things that they care about, and so therefore, when things don't go their way, they have different things that they suffer over, and that's okay, right? There I go. I said, and that's okay. But the thing is, it's acceptable because it is you. You are born as you, and you have your own specific preference. And so live with that preference. Suffer because of it, and care about that suffering, care about the pain, and work to avoid it. Work to alleviate your situation so that you can be happy. Because if you suffer because of something negative happening, that means that you're going to be even more happy when the positive version of that exists. If you're alone like me, you're an awkward loser or whatever, right? I'm suffering because of that. But the instant I find a girlfriend who accepts me, or a wife who actually wants to spend her life with me, I'm going to be that much more happy that I found that. Whereas somebody else in a similar situation to me but who doesn't care isn't necessarily going to be happy that they found a girlfriend or whatever. They're just not going to care. They're going to be like, oh yeah, she's there. The sex is nice, but whatever, right? Sometimes I don't like to deal with her, whatever, right? And then I look at that and I listen to that, and I'd be like, dude, if I found a girl that loved me, I'd be over the moon about it, right? I'd be over the moon, and I would like, I wouldn't even be talking to you right now. I'd be spending every living, waking moment with my wife, who loves me and I love her, right? But that's because I care about it more than he does. I've suffered more from the loneliness than he has. And so therefore, with the bad comes the good. That's why I talk about it so much, is because I'm lonely, right? And I feel it and I suffer through it, right? I get off stream and all of a sudden I'm alone in my room and I hate it. And I can't, it's like, and I'm thinking like, man, this is such a bummer life, like I just, I suffer. I don't suffer like as much. I'm starting to become a little content, but not necessarily in a bad way. Like I'm still going to like be over the moon if I find a wife or whatever like 5 or 10 years from now. But the thing is, I do other things to cope with it, right? Obviously, but it's still something I suffer through. It's still something that I, actively desire. But yeah, but that's me and that's my suffering. And all of you guys out there have different things that you suffer over, different life circumstances that you're born into, and different personalities that make you suffer through things and that make you want a better situation towards certain things or whatever, right? So that's why. And that's what makes us human. That's what creates our human condition, and that's why we're allowed to suffer. We're allowed to care about our own suffering because it's exclusive to us. Whatever you care about, it's going to you're going to hate it when it goes bad, and you're going to love it when it goes good. But during the bad times, it sucks, and it's painful, and it's exhausting. And I don't know. Life has its ups and downs. And when we're on a down period, we're allowed to feel that, and our feelings are valid for it. And it's the fact that we recognize that those feelings are valid and we suffer through it that makes the up points of life a lot more worth it when we get to them. I'm not advocating anybody to like continue suffering. You go towards that ideal situation as much as possible. But don't ever think that you're not allowed to suffer. That's kind of my point here. Don't ever think that you're not allowed to suffer, because you are. You're allowed to feel emotions, and your emotions are just as valid as anybody else. Maybe that kid who's in the factory is happy. He's not getting his limbs cut off. He's working a relatively safe job. That bowl of rice is enough to sustain him. And he's looking forward to when he grows up and he can graduate on out of there, right? Starving kid in Africa gets one meal a day, and since he's hungry, that meal is oh so delicious. And the kid sees on the television that if he can stay in school and be smart, then he can go to American college and he can get out of that life. Now he's happy, and because of his suffering that he's experiencing right now, he has more motivation, more of a drive to get out of it, right? He's gonna do well in school, and he's gonna grow up, and he's gonna move out of that country, and he's gonna move to the first world where life is better. And those late night daydreams that he thinks about while lying in a straw and mud hut about how good it's gonna be to sleep on a soft mattress and to have a room of his own and to be able to eat 3 meals of American food every day. Those are the dreams that keep him going. And I have confidence that I'm going to find the love of my life one day, and I'm going to get to be with her. And that once I'm with her, then nothing is going to separate us. And all of these years of suffering leading up until that moment will have all been worth it. That's how you look at it. You suffer, but you're excited because you see the light at the end of the tunnel. You see the point where you stop suffering. And at that point, you'll become truly happy. And even if that point ends up at the end of your life, at least you'll still get a little bit of time to enjoy it. The rest of life will have been worth living. At least in my opinion. That's what keeps me going. So, I feel like I've already said this before. Anyway, I've been talking for, holy crap. The elapsed time at the upper left, I don't know if you guys can even see this overlay that I have on this stream. The, at the top left, it was at 1 hour and 30 something minutes when I stopped playing. So I've been going on and on for 3 hours now. Holy crap. I am hungry. I'm parched. My stomach's been growling at me this whole time, but I haven't really stopped long enough to actually take a breath so I can eat. So I don't want to eat and talk at the same time. It's not sometimes it gives me hiccups. Those are hard to deal with. On top of all my other problems that I'm having right now, I'm not really too keen to add on top of that, so anyway, I'm gonna stop talking for a minute so I can finish my bagel. I've only eaten I get 2 halves of the bagel, right? I haven't even finished my first half of the bagel, and I made it like almost 5 hours ago. So. As Report of the Week would always say, pizza bagel with salami from my kitchen, going in. If you guys couldn't see the overlay, what I was talking about is the elapsed time was at 1 hour and 30 minutes, and right now it's at 4 hours and 46 minutes, so it means I've been talking for about 3 hours, essentially. That's what I meant. I realized I forgot to finish that thought, in case you guys couldn't see it. Hope you guys could hear me over the music. Now this menu music keep going like over and over. I finished the first one, the first half. I really don't want to eat this anymore. I just want to chug a bunch of water, take a piss, and then go to sleep. That's all I want to do right now. Today's been such a blah day. I had such a terrible morning this morning that I just haven't had any energy for anything. So, which means more ranting. Haha. I didn't do it. There we go. I hope this water doesn't come out the other end. I've been really thirsty because I think I lost, like, since I, forgive me for being graphic, but since I, excreted all of the water out of my butthole, I think I lost a lot of body liquid because of that, so it's all the stuff that should have digested last night but never did. So I probably should have been laying down the entire time I was talking. I was just sitting in my chair. There's a thing. Alright, I need a box to kill this bug with. Where's a box? My Pop-Tarts box, just use that. There we go. Nice, I got it. Okay, I need to wipe this off into a trash can. Just wipe it off here. There we go. Cool. You guys get those bugs that are like... They're like on the... Gotta check my controller battery. I still have 2 hearts. You guys get those bugs that are just like, they're the little flies or whatever, right? But they're not like the circular flies, or they're not like the ones with the beefy bodies. They're just like, they land on the wall, and it's just like this like long thing with the wings folded in. I was gonna say retracted, but I don't remember if retracted means like pulled in or taken out. But but yeah, I get these guys a lot where they're just like, they just sit on the wall and they'll just like sit there for a long time. So they're really easy to kill because you just take like a box of some kind, and you take like the flat side of the box and you just like slam it into the wall where they're sitting, and they don't get enough time to react. Freaking like mosquitoes. For some reason, mosquitoes are able to react really quickly, and that doesn't work. But with these little fly things, it works. So. And I normally have a box, like an empty box around or something, so I can kill them pretty easily. But then once they start flying, then they're like impossible to kill. So. Oh, why don't you like the Buddhist monks who they won't kill any bugs because they're pacifists? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'll kill the bugs and I want It's their mistake for coming in my room. How dare they come in my room? They come in my room because it's like warm or whatever. It's like no 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 no. You don't get to come in my room. I really ranted about whatever for so long. I hope you guys don't mind. I am getting a bit repetitive in some of these topics. A lot of the things I talk about end up like circling back around to the same few concepts that I always rant about, so I hope it's not bothersome to you guys. This is like, I don't, like, if I actually like checked myself and like filtered myself, then I would be able to, then I'd be able to tell like, oh, oh, I already talked about this, shouldn't go on about this or whatever, but, yeah, I've never really been one to censor myself, but since I'm only passionate about like the same few ideas, then being society and human suffering and my loneliness. Since I'm only passionate about those kind of topics, then I don't. Then, like, those are the kind of topics that I'll go on about or whatever, so. And of course, after my little bathroom adventures story, I, nothing has actually gone on in my life since yesterday's stream. So, oh my god. You guys know when like you're sick and and they say like, "Oh, you should be on the brat diet." Um brats standing for, I think it's beans, rice, applesauce and toast. Something like that. I used to think it was bread, rice, applesauce and toast. Then I was thinking like bread and toast are the same thing. So it makes sense that you have, why don't you just call it the rat diet? But it's the brat diet, so I think it's beans, rice, applesauce, and toast. Anyway, when you're like sick, and you're like, stomach sick, like influenza or whatever, and you can't really like handle heavy foods, then those are the four foods that you should eat or whatever, right? So I figured, like, okay, with my pizza bagels, okay. Instead of toast, I'm having a toasted bagel, alright? Still bread. It's a little harder to chew, but whatever, right? Um, Instead of applesauce, right, I'm gonna have a different fruit. I have the tomato from the marinara sauce, alright? Instead of beans, right, beans is a protein, so I have my salami. My salami on the, my salami as the meat, as the protein on the bagels instead. And then as far as the rice goes, cheese. Rice and cheese are, um, they're both one syllable words, so I figured it'd be okay to substitute rice out for cheese. Definitely. So I figured my pizza bagels would be a good brat diet substitution. But, yeah, so that ended up not working because I just, because I don't, you know, because I'm not a brat. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm getting sick. I think I got like a stomach bug or something. And I wasn't like that vulnerable to it, but then I had that stupid fruit smoothie. And that probably, when the fruit smoothie destroyed my body, it probably lowered my immune system just a bit. And now I'm like really sick. So, my mom got sick. She got like a sickness from her work. And she was afraid that it was COVID. Because a couple people at her work had COVID. And she was working around them. But her test came back negative, but she was still sick. So then she gave it to my brother. My brother's been sick past few days. And then he's been like coughing in the bathroom a bunch. The same bathroom that I use. So I had to be in the bathroom a lot this morning, so that's probably I've probably been exposed to something. I would talk about what's on my mind right now, but it's something a bit negative, so I wanted to refrain, but since I just brought it up, I guess I can't. I've just been like, every once in a while I'll imagine like if I'd survived jail, and I'm pretty sure the answer's no. From what I've heard about it, it's a complete hellhole. Like, I don't think I'm actually gonna survive it or whatever. Then I think about how I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't break the law or anything. But the way that information about it could be construed, I I'm afraid that like, since I'm like all this stuff that I talked about, right? About how society only cares about the normal people who do a good job. I don't. I don't think. I think because of that kind of discrimination, I don't think I'd win anyway, and I'd be found guilty. Because they could just misconstrue information. The judge could be like, "Oh, you deserve a bad sentence because you're a piece of trash, and you inconvenienced people who are contributing to society." And so they'll twist the information that they have and make it out to be a crime, and then they'll put the maximum sentence on me just because the other people are, they're vindictive, and they'll feel satisfied if I'm in jail. And so they're going to push towards getting that result no matter what, because it doesn't matter if I did anything right or wrong. It's just that they see me as a bad person. And that's enough for me to go to prison. If anything negative could be said about me, then that's enough to put me behind bars. Because you combine one thing that's not acceptable. You combine that with people who are viewed as better than you, viewed as better than me, who just hate my guts, and they'll make sure that big bad pasta is, put in jail for their satisfaction. Because everyone else would be satisfied if I were to be imprisoned and suffer. That's a situation where my suffering would benefit others selfishly. It would make them feel better about themselves. It's like I was talking about the other day. People who are selfish only think about... They don't think about what anybody else wants or what would make anybody else happy. They think about what would satisfy themselves. And I'm in a situation where people would satisfy themselves. They'd feel good and powerful about themselves if I had to spend a lot of time behind bars. And the way that our society is structured means that they're able to do that, means that they're allowed to get away with that. And I think I'm going to be a casualty in that battle. And I'm going to have to really fight in order to reduce it. But then I think about that, and then I think about how it's been half a year since anything's happened. I don't know if anything's gonna happen. I'm in this limbo of I don't know what's gonna happen. If nothing does happen, then great. If something happens but like 3 years from now, like it's allowed to, there's a time limit of, I think it's of 7 years. So even when all of this is a story of the distant past, I could still face the consequences of it. I could be 33 years old. and get sent to prison for something I did when I was 26. For a crime that I didn't even commit. Just because it looks bad and I look bad. I just I just want to know that it'll be okay. I just wish that I had proof that nothing's gonna happen and then I could just move on with my life. The first couple months that I was under this stress, it was really bad, and I didn't know. Like every day would just be worrying. Every day would be trying to distract myself. Now it's better, I don't think about it as much, but it's still there looming over me. I haven't applied for jobs or anything, but I think that when I do, the uh, the one police report that I have on this is on my profile, and that people aren't gonna like hire me because it looks suspicious. I've heard of stories of people losing their jobs over this. Not just the kind of job I worked, but like any job. The thing is, I haven't even been charged, and I haven't even been accused of anything. Yet people can misconstrue this, and they won't let me do anything. Which means that when I do work, my options will be limited. And I'll probably have to work a job that I don't like, that I hate going to every day. But I have to do it because it's the only job that'll accept me with this blemish on my record. And if I request that my record's changed, they'll think like, oh, the worst they can say is no. No, the worst they can do is remember it and then bring it back up and then actually charge me with something. Like a police could be like, oh, we don't want you in the working world. Let's go ahead with your case, and then they'll press charges on me. They'll be vindictive because because they think I don't deserve to have a job and work and all that. Which means it'll be harder for me to actually state my case in court. Because when a judge asks me, oh, what do you do for work? I'll have to say nothing because I was fired over this. Twice. And the judge isn't going to take sympathy on me. He's just not going to give a shit because now I'm an unemployed. He doesn't care about me. He just sees that I'm unemployed. And therefore, it doesn't matter if I go to jail or not. So he'll just put me in jail. The more people that are in jail, the more money that the prison companies make, because prisons are run by private companies that want to make money, and the government gives the prison companies money based off how many prisoners they have. So if I go to jail, then somebody somewhere gets to make more money off of that fact. And so for the vindictive people I'm going to fight against, for the judge who sees me as trash, and for the prison companies who want to make money, everybody, it's in everybody's best interest that I land in prison. And who's going to be left to defend me? It's going to be my family of less valuable people to society. But I try not to think about it. Especially not that far in. I've only expanded on it that much because I'm verbally talking about it. But sometimes I'll just lay in my bed at night and just like let the thoughts sit there. Doesn't help anything. I don't know what's gonna happen in the future. It doesn't seem like the steps I'm taking right now are enough. College doesn't start for a couple more weeks. And even then, it's going to take a couple years before I actually get a degree that I can use to get a better job. So for right now, I'll probably have to work at the grocery store or fast food place or something like that just to make myself look good. That'll push back the streaming schedule. You guys wouldn't mind if streaming is only for like 3 hours a day or something, right? Or if I did it at a different time and had to watch the VODs. For those of you who come on during this time. I feel like I've been putting off this whole getting a job thing for a long time. It's gonna get to a tipping point. And then I'll think about the ending to Attack on Titan and how crazy it was. It's great. Shit, what time is it? It's 7. I should probably get off stream, guys. I think I'm gonna fall asleep any minute here. I still need to go to the bathroom. I had half of a bagel today and a cup of water. That's all I've really done today. Hopefully I get my appetite back tomorrow, and then I can eat 2 days worth of food tomorrow. Hopefully. I kind of want more water, but I don't know if that's gonna do anything bad to me. If I go to bed now, I'll probably wake up at like 5 in the morning. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow during stream. Tomorrow's Tuesday the 12th, right? I think I'm not taking that medication. I think I need to take it with food, and I don't really eat. My stomach's been gurgling all day, but I think because it's just gas that's being released now instead of anything else. So I think I'm in the clear. I'll probably pass gas tonight. Then, then like in my sleep, and then I should be good forever. No more laxatives. No more fruit. Bananas get me kind of sick. Like my stomach sickness that makes me burp and stuff. Bananas kind of do that. I don't know if it's because they're like too fluffy and airy. Like I'm just eating a lot of air with each bite. That's why I burp a lot. Or what? Do you guys know? Because I don't know if you guys hear when I talk about my stomach condition, but whenever my stomach condition activates my gastritis, and I end up burping a lot. But it's like this very weird burp where like my body actually like it's just my throat vibrating making this sound. It's not like no air goes in and out. So they're not relieving burps at all. I don't actually burp. Ever since I was a kid, I could never burp. Even if I had like a lot of soda, it would end up like the air it would get like trapped in my stomach. And then it would come out the other end. People always thought that was funny. And then like the few times I did burp, like I would be on my bed. I remember one time, it's like fifth grade. I was on my bed and I burped, and I was like, "Haha, cool, I'm burping." And so I'm like, "Hey, Dad, listen to this." And so my dad comes in and I burp, like a real burp, right? And my dad's like, "Oh, be careful, don't burp too much." And I was like, "What?" But I never burp. Burping's fun. Like I didn't know why he's been a killjoy with it. And so I burped again, and then I burped again, and then like my mouth started filling up, and so I jumped off my bed and I ran to the bathroom. I threw up. Like I burped so much that like a whole throw up came out. And I remember thinking like, man, I don't get to burp, and when I do get to burp, it makes me puke. This is no fun. It's unfair. Right. So yeah, moral of the story is I can't burp. So like normally when I do my burp, oh my gosh, should I acts up? I'm sure you guys heard it yesterday. It's just like oh, it's like a it's a reverse burp, right? It sounds like I'm like sucking in air a bit, like a sort of, or just like my throat is gurgling or whatever, kinda. I guess I don't know, but it's been something I've had since like the end of middle school. So I don't think I ever told that story about how I developed my gastritis because I got it from an event that happened to me in like eighth grade. It's very, I guess it was physically traumatic because that's the first time I ever got my gastritis sickness, and and then every time after that I've always gotten it. We'll go another day without talking about it. But yeah, anyway, I got the stomach issues with the with the pooping and all that, like dairy and fruit smoothies. I have the gastritis, which pops up whenever I drink like carbonation, or if I have too much dairy, I think also affects it. And then I have hiccups, which I don't get hiccups that often, but my hiccups they cause heartburn. I don't know if it's like this for anyone else, because when I had hiccups as a kid before my gastritis, like they were just hiccups, right? They were annoying. I couldn't stop, but they were just normal, right? But nowadays, like my hiccups are actually painful. Like ever since I got gastritis, every hiccup I do, like it's like a bag of air like explodes in my chest and it goes straight like through my heart. And so I get like I get this pain in my chest and I got really severe heartburn like for every hiccup. The thing is, like, no, with normal gastritis, my stomach sickness, I can lay down and it'll calm down, right? I just lay down for an hour or two and it's completely gone. With hiccups, I can't do that. If I lay down, I'll still hiccup. So I have to like calm my breathing. I have to prevent it before it happens, but if I can't, then I gotta calm my breathing, I gotta lay down and sort of like press against my chest. Try to like equalize my body, that's sort of what I call it. Because your body's like when you get anything like that, your body's off balance. So I believe in like equalizing your body. So yeah, I think the solution to all that is to find the one person that you love and go after them. And then you can spend the rest of your lives together and you can be all happy and stuff. Find your soulmate. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. If I had, if I had a girl who I loved and who loved me back laying next to me in bed right now, I'd be so happy. But right now I got the body pillow and I get to pretend. I get to pretend just as I've pretended my whole life. I first got a body pillow when I was like 16. I remember because I was living with my dad at the time in Nevada. And I just, there's no body pillows. Pillowcase is one of those little, it's the ones that are like kind of a little rough. They're like actual pillowcases. But yeah, I remember that I pretend that I had like a girlfriend or something, and I just be happy like that, right? And I even like, you guys know how like obsessed I am with like creating stories and stuff. I'd make my own little storyline for them, like how like I met them, and what life together was like, and what their personality was like, and the other people involved. I would get like other people involved and stuff. We had like this whole little family or whatever, right? It's like I don't know. All of it's imaginary. It's all imaginary friends. But I was back when I was in high school, and so I've just kind of rode with that concept ever since. Like I haven't thought about the original um that original character in like such a long time. It's all about like make up new ones or whatever, and a little variety. I don't know, different stages of my life, I guess. But like now I know what to imagine, and it's very nice. And I get to hold my belly pillow while thinking about him and peacefully drift off to sleep. And I know, like, it's not gonna be synonymous to real life, you know? It's not like, not gonna be able to hold them the same way, or if I get a real one. You can't hold them the same way, and you can't, like, the body parts are in the way and they don't work or whatever, and you don't necessarily get, like, every conversation, because I have to make up these conversations. So it's not like that. And most of the time it's not, I don't think of conversations at all, because it's like, oh, I don't know what they would say. Whatever. My character isn't very, like, concrete. But, since it's based off reality. But yeah, I just hold them and I pretend and I drift off to sleep. Get to be super comfy under my weighted blanket. Anyway, I hope you guys ate 3 square meals today, because that's important. You gotta eat your food. That's important, yeah. It's important. It's important you guys stay healthy, even if you have to force yourself. You can have these off days where it's like your stomach's not having it and then you can't eat more than like a couple bites of something. I get it. You feel sick, whatever, right? But, it's like last night I tried to have soup, be a little healthy, and I ended up pooping it all out. It literally all came out my butt. Oh my god. Guys should have heard it. Just having, like, knowing your butt is like, knowing like you're pooping, and then it's just all splashes of water on the toilet bowl. It's disgusting. It's like, what the hell? Like, who put a full water bottle in in my my colon and made it come out the other end? Right? If I need liquid to come out, I have a hole for that. God, I feel like this is how people feel when they have anal sex. Is like, because it's like unexpected. Because you have another hole, and then it's like, but then they're using the wrong one, and then you're like, not that hole. That's an out hole, not an in hole. and then and then you freak out, and they freak out, and then everybody does the dinosaur. I don't know. That's an out hole, not an in hole. And they go in anyway. And then you realize that gay relationships just they're of a different breed, definitely. So the get the gay. Hey guys, hope you all enjoy the stream. I'm getting off. I'm gonna try to. I know that the instant I turn off my PlayStation, I'm gonna wake up. And it's not like the instant I go, cause like going to the bathroom for me, like wakes me up. So I turn on the light and it's really bright, and I have to open the toilet and I have to wash my hands, which is like cold, right? And so that jolts me awake. I don't like going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, cause it doesn't. Cause that wakes me up, cause I have to be awake to do the action and go to the bathroom. Right. That's why I want to have like one of those compost toilets in my room, so that I could just go in my room and I walk like 2 feet. It can still be dark, Just go. Anyway, guys. Yeah, I can just go and like if I use my feet to like open the toilet lid, which I should be keeping clean, and I just go, then like I mean I'll have the sink. I'll have the sink right there too. So I think I am getting I think I am getting a little sick. Great. So the question is, do I do my writing stream tomorrow when I'm sick? Show myself when I'm sick. I might as well. I don't have a game that I really want to play on here, so there was Soma, but I don't feel like starting a new game right now. This is one of those moments where it's like I play so much video games in a row, and then I just like I want to break from video games, and I just want to relax with my girlfriend and just cuddle together and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. That's what I want to do. Then we could just spend the next week doing that before I want to play the next game. That sounds good, but you know, I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have sweet nothings because everything's as sweet about me, baby. You guys get it? Cause I'm made of sugar. Anyway, guys. Yeah, so I gotta be productive, so I might as well start writing. I get like bouts of inspiration, and I'll probably talk about this tomorrow. But I'll get bouts of inspiration on writing about writing. Like I could write like a whole story or whatever. I'll get it at like midnight, and then I'll be like, you know, I have this bout of inspiration, and I could write a whole bunch of things. But it's midnight, and I'm tired, and you know, whatever, right? But because late at night is normally when I listen to music, and the music I listen to is very like inspirational for me. It's not inspirational music. It's not what people would call that. But I just like high pitched or not high pitched, high paced, you know, fast paced Japanese music. And that makes me think of like action scenes. And those action scenes turn into like the scenes that lead up to the action scenes and the emotions that are felt by the characters leading up to those action scenes. Then I'll listen to a more mellow beat, and then I'll start imagining the drama between all the different characters that lead to conflict and that enrich the characters and the story and the world and all that. And so I'll think about all that, and it's the music that makes me think about all that. Um, so it's like it's gonna be a struggle tomorrow because I can't listen to copyrighted music on stream. So I'm probably gonna put on like the lo-fi anime opening playlist or whatever, or like a epic BGM sort of thing. I hope I get, you know, whatever the mood is, whatever story I want to write. I could write that whole boy meets girl story at the you know, it takes place in high school or whatever. But I don't know how to write romances. I mean, I know how to write romances, but for me, romance is the main appeal of a romance is that, you know, there are these walls, there are these barriers between the characters that they help each other through and they break down. But I crank that up to 11, and I'm like, oh, each character is, you know, dismissive of the other because they were like traumatized as a kid or something like that, right? Like I'll go like I'll go to the trauma route or whatever because it's easy to write. I was like, oh, why is this person such a bitch? Oh, yeah, she was physically abused by her stepfather. Oh my god. And it's like, oh, gee. Join the club, as far as those stories go. And I'm like, and so it's like I don't know how normal relationships go. I don't know how like I don't know how normal um, relationships between two people go. I figure it's not that exciting. I could have the whole like they run away on prom night together or whatever, right? They were with the wrong dates. And that's a good idea. Basing this off of real life. They were with the wrong dates at prom night and they were just bored. And so they ran away. They went out, one of them went outside to get some fresh air and the other one came out and was like, "Oh, you're out here too?" And then she's like, "Yeah, I just need to get away from it." And the guy's like, "Me too." Everyone in there is so like self-centered and absorbed in themselves, and then the girl would be like, "Yeah, yeah, exactly. I can't handle that kind of thing." And the guy could be like, and and then the girl, and then there could be awkward silence, and the girl could be like, you know, "I don't really want to go back in there anytime soon." And the guy's like, "Yeah, me neither. But I know of this really cool place, this really cool hill that we could go to outside of school." And then she's like, "Oh, that sounds like a great idea." And then they go and they go up to the hill and they run around and chase each other and they look up at the stars and they lay down and they relax. And then they're like, and then the girl's like, "Oh, I had a really good time with you. Or I'm having a lot of fun." And the guy's like, "Yeah, this is way better than being at a stuffy old prom in the gym." And the girl's like, "Hey, you got that right." And then their hands slowly creep closer to each other, and then their fingers intertwine with each other. And then, and then they're like, "I wish this could last forever." And the guy's like, "Maybe it can. We don't have to go back anytime soon." And the girl's like, "What are you suggesting?" And then the guy leans in and he's like, "Whatever you want." And then he leans in for the kiss and she puckers her lips. And then just as they're about to kiss, a giant skeleton dinosaur pops out of the top of the hill and erupts the earth underneath him. And both the boy and the girl get really scared and they jump back and they're like, "What? Where's this dinosaur come from?" And the dinosaur just roars, even though it's just a skeleton, and then it runs towards them, and the boy and the girl like stumble down the hill, and they're trying to run away, and they trip and fall, and they have to help each other up, and then they run away, and they get in their jeep, and they put on their safari gear, and then it's Jurassic Park 3. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The opening to Jurassic Park 3, starring a boy and a girl who didn't want to be at prom, in theaters May 7th. Wonderful. I'm so glad we could. And then yeah, and then it's discovered that the dinosaur skeleton was revived by aliens on the moon, and the boy and the girl have to construct a spaceship in order to fly to the moon and blast off into the alien base, and then one of them has to stay behind to make sure the bomb goes off, and the other one's all sad. And then at the end of the movie, they have as the guy goes sacrifice himself, the girl leans in for that kiss, and then she kisses him, and she's like, "I'll never forget you." And he'll be like, "Don't worry, they'll revive me in the sequel." And then he flies his spaceship into the alien base on the moon, and it explodes, and boom, and the whole moon blows up, and the asteroids start falling everywhere, and then all the dinosaurs who are terrorizing Earth get broken down, and everyone cheers that the day is saved, and they all remember the hero. They all remember the hero, which was the guy that the girl fell in love with, gave a kiss, and then they're holding his memorial service at the end. At the very end of the movie, they're having the memorial service for him. She's there crying, and all the spectators leave, and his family leaves, and she's just standing there over his grave, mourning. And then and then the camera zooms in on the grave, right up to the dirt pile over the tombstone, and and then a hand pops out of it. A hand pops out of it, and then the screen goes black, and then that's the end of the and then the credits roll. Woo! There we go. There's my boy meets girl story. Yeah, we did a. The story sucked. Oh my god. I feel like I was watching a Cartoon Network show while I was talking about that. But anyway, I'm not writing that story. I'm gonna have to. But the whole like ditching prom night with each other thing. A friend of a friend, got in a relationship, in high school because of that. Because they like ditched during prom night and stuff, and they just ran off together and they got in the dude's car and they went off and watched the stars and all that stuff. And they just talked the night away. So that was very nice. But yeah, that was cool. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so that's how that relationship started. And they were a good couple together. But then they broke up, and then like a week later, the girl got with some dude who was like way more handsome than he was. So, and then he went a little crazy and started posting a bunch of complaints on the Facebook that nobody read or liked. So I think that was a very sad end to what started out as a good story. So. Those people always cheat on each other, and nobody's loyal anymore. They just decide, they just look at somebody and they're like, you're not really doing it for me anymore, and then they break up with them, and they get with Chad, and then the dude turns into a simp because his confidence is crushed. Or the guy gets with a Stacy, and then she becomes a Karen, and then and then he marries her because he has no other choice. And he's like, man, it seemed like a good choice back in high school. And then his ex-girlfriend is like bombing hot, but she's with another nice dude or whatever. And none of them are loyal. They're all evil sluts. They're all evil sluts. The wimpy like stick like guys never like they don't have that much success with dating, it seems. Like they'll have a little bit of success with girls in high school, but like after that they don't really like no one wants them because they're not like big enough or whatever. Because people are all concerned about height and like body mass, and a girl wants a guy who's like bigger than her or whatever. It's like it's typically how it goes. I should probably get off. I've been talking too much. How long have I been talking? 4 hours. Holy crap. Almost 4.5. I talked at the beginning of the stream too. In fact, I only played like 3 matches of Fall Guys, come to think of. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna go and take care of myself and go to sleep now. Yeah, I'm gonna go off now, I'm just not. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed the stream. I just keep talking and talking. It's almost 6 hours of me just talking. But hey, guys, as always, this has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. What kind of streams are gonna be? I don't know. Who knows? We gotta find out. That's what we gotta find out. What kind of streams are gonna be? When am I gonna get on? And I'm gonna get on at 1 like I say I will. Or is it gonna be 2:30 again? Or is it gonna be any time in between? By the way, guys, if you guys are the type who like gets on and like checks if I'm gonna get on, like I hope it's not like too boring or whatever waiting for me to go on it, because I get on at different times, right? But I don't know. I'd say like check every 15 minutes. Like, cause I mean, even if I start the stream earlier, I don't. If I start the stream early, I hang out for a hot minute before I actually start it. So. But yeah, I don't know if you guys want to. I don't. Doesn't matter to me. I appreciate having an audience. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. I appreciate every single one of you. I gotta take a piss, drink some water, and go to bed. This isn't. I know I'm gonna wake up and it's gonna take me like 3 hours to fall asleep. I just know it. I'm not looking forward to it. I wish I had like a thing in my bed where I could just urinate into it and just go down the tube or whatever. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope you all have a good day. I hope you all have a good evening. I hope you all have a good day tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Sayonara. Take care. Good night, everybody. Hope you all sleep well. Good night. Oh my god. I need to... Now to get the courage to get out of bed. Take care, everyone. Good night.